Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, I welcome you all to the 22nd edition of Innovative Private Limited and Diebold Next Door of Future Banking Summit 2024. Before we start the proceedings, I'd like to thank Pasha and the other sponsors of this event, especially Innovative Private Limited and Diebold Next Door for their continuous support, without which this summit would not have been possible. To start the proceedings formally, I'd like to call upon, welcome on stage, Ms. Amna Hanif, who is the CEO of NDS Technologies, to enlighten us with her views. Amna, please join us.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here and welcome you all to the Future Banking Summit and Expo of 2024. I've been told this is the 22nd consecutive year that they're having this event of this magnitude. So first of all, congratulations to Total Communications for pulling this off year after year. It is not an easy feat to do it so consistently. Again, I would also like to thank the distinguished speakers, bank CEOs, industry leaders, technology experts, and my fellow colleague. I would like to extend a warm sense of appreciation to Innovative and Diebold Nixford for being a partner for this event for the past 22 years. Thank you for your commitment and trust. A round of applause for them, please. As I've been introduced, my name is Amna Hanif. I am the CEO of NDS Technologies. I believe there's a slide in the back which mentions few of the services and products that we offer. We have been in the field for more than 3 decades, and we have clients ranging from the financial and banking sector to pharmaceutical, agriculture, chemical, engineering, education, aviation, telecom, and so on and so forth. So we've been around for quite a while. I am not from the financial sector, so I do not have in-depth knowledge as you do, but I do dabble in IT, so I have a few general observations and points which I would like to make today. As we know, well, firstly about the summit, it gives us an amazing platform to explore ideas and exchange thought processes. But the world as we know it in the financial technology, it's drastically changing. From fintech innovations to digital transformation, the way we manage and handle money has changed drastically, and it's evolving at a faster speed than ever before. When we talk about, and we will discuss this in detail, but I want to highlight one point, whereas there are ample benefits and opportunities, we need to similarly put enough emphasis on the risk and challenges that we will be facing when we go on forward. As the program commences, we'll delve into some critical aspects like blockchains and AI-powered services, open banking, and the paradigm shift towards the cashless economies. I think the banks have a moral responsibility to emphasize more on the supervision and governance of this, because the risk factor from my perspective, let alone the IT aspect, as a consumer, is quite a lot. When I talk about the topics I just mentioned, as I talk about the traditional banking, which is evolving into something new, my question as a layperson or a consumer is, what makes traditional banking so unique? So when I talk about blockchains and AI-powered services, my question is regarding crypto asset or stablecoins. What is money, or what is a commodity? What is a deposit? What is a security? And in conclusion, what is a bank? So I think these are inherently important questions that we need to address as well, because it identifies the key value added of the innovation and the services that you are going to offer in the future. How the services which you are offering is better, is it economical, is it cheaper, is it faster, or is it something completely transformatively innovative. When I talk about innovation, then I cannot avoid talking about the risk associated with it. Are we taking the traditional economic and the traditional financial risk and wrapping it up in the new technology? Are we mitigating the risk, or are we merely masking the risk? From an IT perspective and a consumer perspective, that gives me a knee-jerk reaction, because then I think even though the benefits are tenfolds, I mean, there is taxation increase in efficiency, reduced crimes, but for me, if I'm thinking as a consumer or as a layperson, my immediate reaction is, what about accessibility? What about privacy? And when I talk about privacy, I do not merely mean the anonymity which cash transactions give you, but I'm talking about the consumer buying, selling, or your client buying, selling, and saving habits. Who is protecting the little guy? What about your clients? Who's protecting their data? Because as we all know, consumer data itself has become a billion-dollar industry on its own, which leads me to security, which should have been my number one point. But security in all aspects, I mean, we can talk about hackers, we can talk about cyber attacks, we can talk about malware and ransomware, but equally important is the internal threats from within your organization, which are relevant and which should be also addressed. I'm sure we will discuss about this in much more detail as the day progresses. A simple request, I would love for this event to be more interactive rather than a one-way unit. So I would appreciate if everybody could ask questions, participate in discussion, share your ideas, collaborate together. Maybe we are redefining the landscape of the future banking of Pakistan right here, right now. So let's all be a part of it. And thank you so much for taking time out to being here. And thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. And I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amna. Definitely, we should be carefully listening to each other and carefully trying to collaborate. And if there are questions that people need to ask, and the speakers encourage such, you can just raise your hands and then go ahead with your questions so that they can be addressed there and then. Next in line is Yahya Khan, CDO and Group Head of Bank Afla. And we welcome him on stage. Yahya, please join us.
Assalamu alaikum. I see familiar faces for the number of years that I've been coming and speaking. Acha, aaj ka topic is the future of banking, and I think one particular emphasis is on cashless economy. So I'll share with you the practitioner's view and what at least we exercise, with the hope that wider knowledge is then shared. I think I also see in the subsequent sessions there is going to be more conversation about reduction of cash. So I'll talk about two themes that we follow. The first one is the reduction of cash in circulation. So we are aware that Pakistan is a cash-denominated economy. We are also aware that we have one of the largest cash to GDP ratios in the world. About just over 3 trillion rupees of cash that is being printed by the central bank. Almost 1/3 of that is not accounted for, so it's not in the deposits of the banks. So that's a very high proportion of cash in circulation. So even the ones which is in the banks gets converted into cash during the day and comes back to the banks at night. So that also contributes, but at least 10 trillion is for sure cash in circulation. So the first thing I think that this country needs extensively is the network of cash deposit machines. Regardless of whichever technology we use, but there is the need of cash deposit machines. Put simply, banks shut at 5 o'clock. Our markets do not shut at 5 o'clock. Our distribution chains do not shut at 5 o'clock. There is a need for people to convert their cash into digital after 5. The next one is the digital acceptance points. So while I think a lot of work has been done recently in providing where delivery versus payment takes place,
Like this.
at the proximity payments. However, a lot more has to be done. So even if we say that we have give and take 150,000 digital acceptance points in the country, but our retailers are about 5 million. So I think that ratio needs to drastically go up. Now we also understand that it ain't going to be easy for even the collection of banks or other companies to put 5 million acceptance points. Then we need to be innovative. We need to be innovative as to what form of acceptance points we are deploying and what form of POS we are deploying. And I think there has to be some engineering that also has to go on with the suppliers, and the vendors who are here and partners, and the service providers, which are financial institutions in this case, to come up with whatever suits them about the digital acceptance points. And there are multiple ways of digital acceptance, as we know. There's a tap and pay, there's an NFC, there's a dip and pay, swipe and pay has finished now. There's a QR acceptance, RFID acceptance. So all of those acceptance are happening. So the bank or the financial institution has to decide what works best for them and work with the partners to develop that engineering. For the customers to get hooked into paying digitally, they must have an incentive, and that incentive can't just be cash back. I think we have tried cash back and beaten it to death for the customers, or discounts. There has to be something more value added for them, and one of those value added things that now it's good to see some providers have started doing is giving the flexibility of buy now, pay later. If there's an incentive for buy now, pay later for the customer, we have seen they are more likely to use the digital acceptance points, and also the ticket size is higher in that case. Fourth point is the instant issuance. So one thing that sometimes us as practitioners tend to ignore is that regardless of as many acceptance points as we put in the country, the number of people who have the ability to use digital acceptance points is still limited, right? Give and take 60 odd million consumers. Now, that means that a large proportion of the adult population do not still have the digital means to pay, regardless of however many acceptance points we have put in place. So again, financial institutions will have to work with the partners to come up with solutions where they're instantly enabling a customer from paying cash into paying digital instantly at the point of sale. We now have the infrastructure to support that with RAS P2M coming in, and let's talk about that. So it's instant contextualized. By instant, I mean vendor or merchants do not have to wait for 2 days to settle their funds. They can get it instantly, not even overnight for RTGS. They get it instantly. It's contextualized, so it can check the context while making a payment to that merchant. So that infrastructure has been put in place, but in order to utilize that infrastructure properly, the issuers will now have to once again come up with innovative ways of issuing. Not just cards. I'm not just talking about cards. It could be any way of issuance. It could be QR, it could be RFID, it could be sound waves, whatever that is, but it has to be instant. The limitation right now is that we as practitioners think that we have to, and we are also using a तोप मक्खी मारने के लिए. तो we open a bank account to enable a customer to make a payment transaction. Payment transaction does not need a bank account. Payment transaction needs a payment instrument, and that instrument doesn't have to be a physical instrument, it could be any instrument. So anyway, again, I've now started seeing that some issuers have started working on those instant issuance methods, which is helping. Tax incentive for digital payments. I think in Punjab we are all aware that there was the tax incentive if a customer was to make a digital payment, the sales tax was reduced. The same has now been applied in Sindh, which is fantastic. So I think I'm sure most of you are aware when you go to restaurants now, started seeing that if you're making a payment digitally, there is some lacuna in that. That's going to be removed by the Sindh Revenue Board soon. I think that allows them. If they accept a digital payment at 8%, they cannot recover it from their input tax, but that's going to go soon. So then more restaurants would come in and follow that if you make a payment using any form of digital, the sales tax reduces to 8%. And then lastly in this category is cash on delivery remains still up to 70% of all e-commerce purchases. E-commerce industry in Pakistan is give and take now coming up to $5 billion, and 70% of that is cash on delivery. One reason of it being a cash on delivery is that it has embedded escrow service in it. So customers want this peace of mind that I'll pay when I receive. Once again, practitioners need to get innovative. Understand it, why customer is demanding cash on delivery. Okay, we can provide as many escrow services as we like, which is great. I think banks should come forward and other financial institutions should come forward and provide escrow service to them, to the consumer, so that they can make a prepayment. But even if the customer does not want to change their behavior and wish to pay upon delivery, then there must be methods of paying digitally upon delivery instead of cash upon delivery. Once again, my previous point about instant issuance at the point of sale and what the financial institutions can do, and there are methods available now to convert cash into digital instantly. Finally, my last two thoughts. One thing that financial institutions have also done well are in the area of coding. Right? That's an asset that financial institutions now have, and it's fairly sophisticated, more sophisticated than many of the freelancers who individually are working on Upworks and Fiverr. So financial institutions need to recognize that. An average financial institution employs between 100 to 200 odd good full stack coders, developers, QA experts, integration people. So that's one value. And I'll tell you why am I telling these values. The second is very sophisticated call centers. They're more sophisticated than the call centers being operated out of homes. And the third one is very sophisticated back office operations, where the operations are doing reconciliations and settlements for trillions of rupees on an overnight basis and matching it to the T. These three assets financial institutions need to recognize and make it marketable so that they can earn money from it from the international customers, white label basis, software as a service basis, as long as that remains within the context of financial services. So with that, once again, so in summary, I think these 9 or 10 odd points that I've talked about is in context of how can we reduce that high level of almost 30% of the total printed cash by the central bank, which is over 10 trillion rupees. How can we reduce that cash in circulation from the practitioner's view? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Truly insightful observations and definitely things we should all pick on and consider, ponder upon, and see how we can move forward. Trying to make these small improvements will definitely help the economy turning from cash rich to cashless. Now, next, we would like to invite Mr. Habib Hanna, who's the Vice President and MD of MD Middle East and South and Africa at Diebold Nixdorf. Tfaddal.
Thank you. I'll take a shortcut. I don't have to go from the other side. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's becoming a tradition to see you at least once a year in this great event. And let me tell you, Yahya, it's a great presentation. We never did any practice together, but my presentation is going to be basically what Yahya ended is how can we reduce cash in circulation in the country. That was the closing statement. And that is the opening of my presentation, because today Pakistan has an amazing opportunity not only to digitize every single transaction that you have in the country, but also to drive efficiency along all the long tails of cash. And while everyone is driving toward what we call cash-light organizations, not cashless organizations, and the difference is cash will exist, it will go down. However, the elements to manage and automate the cash cycle will still be. So the best way for you to be able to automate and drive efficiencies around cash, reduce cash in circulation, so you are able as a nation to also tackle the fact of inflation and the use of banknotes across the entire country. And this is going to be what I would call the next phase of recycling. And I mentioned amazing opportunities for Pakistan, so I'll cover it for you in a while. And it's not only in this place, but also globally. Couple of data points that I would probably think that many of you will see very impressive or interesting, I would say. So first of all, while cash is in decline, and that's the fact, and this is the reason because emerging cash payment are being replaced by digital payments, and the ability for merchants, for retailers, for point of acceptance to be able to digitize those transactions, cash is still being one of the preferred methods of payment for different consumers. And while we as organizations, as enterprises, as banks, as financial institutions strive towards innovation, the only important factor for us is customer preference, consumer preference. So I tell you, I'm coming from Dubai. Today is a Monday, so yesterday was the weekend. We were in one of the biggest shopping malls, and I wanted to go just quickly get some of the transactions, which, by the way, not a cash out, cash in. So I wanted to do a couple of transactions, some utility payment. I had to do one deposit for one of my translators that is doing some basically work for my son in Spain. And I had to wait 12 minutes to be able to get into a cash deposit unit in one of the malls. And by the way, I invite you, whenever you go there, just monitor how the number of basically transactions or people standing in queues still till today to be able to access a cash deposit function unit. Now, while this could be inversely proportionate to the number of electronic payment that is emerging, the fact that consumers are still tending to go and do some physical interactions is still there. So, and recently, and this is one of the basically studies that we've done, 57% of consumers are still visiting a branch at least once per month. Now, there has to be a reason why they would go to a branch. And there has to be a reason or a drive for institution to be able to digitize the transactions needed for that one-time visit per month. So that one-time visit per month could be one-time visit per year. Until that time happens, cash is still being in circulation. And yes, 5% of people will stop using cash. That's not a huge number. That's not a huge percentage for you to look at what should be the priorities for me today. And the priorities is really to be able to look at a full end-to-end automation of cash, and recycling is definitely the answer. And as I mentioned, Pakistan has a great opportunity to embark on this. Now, a couple of other data points. Definitely pandemic has helped a lot of digital initiatives, digitalization, transformation, which a lot of us have struggled, pre-pandemic. So this is a fact. And definitely cash in circulation, usage, etc., have dropped because people were not able to go physically to different locations. Now, guess what? Pandemic is over. Online continued. Offline emerged even more. So, and I look to you and I tell you, during pandemic, probably I did something I've never done before. I bought an 85-inch TV online. Of course, I consulted with Usama, who's my tech advisor, to be able to know which basically TV I should take. But let me tell you, pre-pandemic, I would have never done that. I would go, I need to smell the TV, look at it, cross-function, etc. Would I do it today? Could be, yeah, because I've done it. I saw the experience. It was okay. They came and they installed it, etc. But the point is, we always refer to our previous patterns and preferences. So if you look at it today, online shopping, retailing, etc., is still ongoing, but you go also to offline, to on-site, to physical shops, and it's still ongoing. So the point is, and the answer is definitely in the consumer's choice, which is not something we can mandate. No matter how much we talk about digital innovation, technology, drivers, benefits, advantages, if we're not able to get into the mind share and the heart share of the consumer with proper services that are relevant and enjoyable in terms of experiences, we'll never be able to get into that leap into the automation. Now, again, from cash perspective, one of the studies that was done by YouGov, which is an independent organization, and they asked a very basic question, very simple question, and I urge also the banks here probably or the institutions to do it. Would you actually sign up with me as a financial institution if I don't offer you cash services? And the answers were, in my opinion, expected. Some other views probably shocking. But at least 75 to 80% across the globe said no. If you don't have cash, we are not going to be part of your financial institution. I'll give you an example from the UAE, basically from where we come. So in UAE, there was a bank, Al Mariya Bank, which was established as a 100% digital bank. It was supposed to be a 100% digital bank. No branches, no physical outlets, nothing conventional in terms of banking. It's a 100% licensed digital bank. And what happened when they actually went into the market, they have seen a need for consumers to have access to cash. They have seen a need for consumers to be able to get a plastic, a credit card, a debit card, etc. And they don't have the branches. So the replacement of that, which Usama is going to cover in his subsequent presentation, is that they were actually going into digital cash point without having the need of a physical branch. And those are basically what we are covering today. Part of it is recycling. The ability for you to be able to dispense cash and accept cash from the same device without having to go into the entire circle of cash circulation, that's an amazing, amazing opportunity. And another data point which actually illustrates that fact, if you look worldwide, yes, the ATM transactions in terms of dispense, the need of cash is going down. But guess what? The transactions to deposit cash is going up. and this is a factual. And the percentage of dispense to deposit is going at probably 2 to 1. And even from a shipment perspective, which we will also cover later on, is also going in that same direction. So what is the value of cash recycling? What is cash recycling? In very simple terms, ability for you to automate and circulate cash between people who wants to deposit and people who wants to withdraw, without having to have third parties in circulation in between, what we call the cash in transit, the custodians, the movement of cash, and the ability for you to be able to automate in a very, very seamless way all the transactions, whether it's an in or out, in the same function. So if you think of it in a very simple advantage terms, efficiency is huge because you're able to reduce all the costs of movement. Cost of cash is big. So think of how much of cash you have in probably ATMs, which are not being used and sitting there, but you still need it because someone could come in and depending on number of transactions. And think of the number of cash that could be deposited, which could actually offload those number of transactions. Immediately big savings. The speed in terms of number of transactions, how you are able also to personalize transactions on the recyclers itself, how you're able to have a sustainable service that is ongoing because simply the actual recycler will always have cash in and cash out and is able to serve in that possibility and higher availability. And now if you go into, because everyone in the financial institution, you are there for business. I mean, there are always 3 drivers for any financial institution. And yes, there are national initiatives, CSRs, definitely extremely important, but from a business driver, financial institution, either they would like to create revenue streams, or they would like to strive for cost optimization to be able to do margin expansions, or in that perspective, they want to deliver a better customer service to your clients. So customer satisfaction, customer delight is also a major driver for any financial institution. Those 3 are actually met through the value of cash recycling. Because if you look at the savings that you will have from the actual costs around the cash in circulation, if you look at how you are able to repurpose your teller to become sellers as opposed to become an administrative agents who are just handling cash in and out, and leave technology to be able to handle those cash automation and get your tellers to become advisors for your customers to have more meaningful interactions around products, loans, insurances, life coverages, etc. for your customers. And again, we've mentioned the cash handling, the cost of cash is huge. If you look at the interest that you are actually losing because of putting cash that is unused, if you look at the insurance that you need to have because of cash, if you are able to optimize those usage of cash in places where you are able to recirculate it without the need of creating additional banknotes, and Yahya was mentioning the huge number of basically probably cash that should be managed, printed, basically going from the central bank. This is a huge, huge, huge advantage from a recycling perspective. Now, a very quick example simulation which we could run on a specific financial institution. This is just a generic example where we can show in actual numbers the huge savings that you can have between traditional standard ATM to an actual recycler. And the actual savings is somehow between 65 to 75%. And if you optimize even more in terms of what we call optimized denomination, that savings could jump to around 84%. Huge savings. So while cash and the drive is to have less cash usage, you still need to manage and you have a cost ecosystem you have to maintain. The best way to be able to do is that optimize that cost ecosystem so that you are more efficient, but at the same time delivering those services to your customers. And why it's very important to start today, and this is why the best way is to show you a couple of examples. The world is moving toward recycling. So today, if you ask what is the biggest phase or transformation of self-service today, it is recycling. Numbers are very impressive. I mean, in Latin America, 248% from 2019 to 2024. Middle East and Africa, where we are there, 87%. This is a huge, huge adoption. The other one, which I probably hope that next time we'll have Pakistan on this chart, number of countries which have embarked on cash recycling because they have seen the advantages. In my region, recently was Saudi Arabia, which is one of the biggest countries, which is, by the way, driving to specifically, they call it cashless society by 2030. Recycling is an ecosystem. It's a very important ecosystem in that drive toward cash management, cash light, cashless society that we're driving. UAE, Egypt is a huge user of recycling. And let me tell you, great analogies as well between Egypt and Pakistan. The use of denominations or notes, or basically the quality of notes, very much similar. And we are very basically fortunate today because the technology that exists today enable you to be able to use recycling regardless of the actual nature of use of cash in the country. And the AI-driven mechanics which we have in our systems is also allowing you. And this is, by the way, the only slide I have in terms of products for Diebold Nixdorf. I cannot resist the fact that in front of your audience, display our technology. But the reason I'm putting this is because it's extremely important to pick up, once you look at recycling, what technology do I need to implement when it comes to recycling? You need to have a technology provider who owns the technology of recycling. As Diebold Nixdorf, we actually have the IP of recycling. And the reason is because we need to make sure it's optimized for every single country that we are operating in. And Pakistan is definitely one of the region which is high impact, high focus for us. And we look forward to see this in place. So eventually, and this is the last note that I have, it is now, yes, I know the theme of the event is the future of banking, but future of banking is now. Recycling is available. It's the best way for you to have as one ecosystem into digitizing Pakistan, not only as a national economy, but a global showcase in that perspective. So thank you very much, and great to see you today.
Thank you, Habib. Thank you for the great, insightful information and product knowledge that you provided. We will use all of this and in future to see how best we can coordinate and make use of the technology which Diebold has to offer. Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Carmine Gaband from GASIC Devrand, who would be presenting her, giving her presentation on the relevance of cash in the digital economy. Please help me invite Ms. Carmine Gaband.
I use the time and quickly introduce myself. So my name is Carmine Gaband. I'm actually very first time in Pakistan, and I'm very grateful for the chance to present to you at this very important conference here. And while the colleagues are looking for the presentation, obviously, now I think they found it. The topic that I'm presenting today is the relevance of cash in a digital economy. And Habib already mentioned his convincement that cash is going to stay here. There is globally a lot of people who think differently and say cash will die quite soon. And I brought with me some good reasons why this is not the case and will not be the case. Good, then I probably introduce you what I prepared for today. Now it's coming. I guess so. Yes, here we are. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And it doesn't work. It works. So today I quickly wanted to introduce you to GND. because I think it's also important to understand that when I come to the conclusions about the role of cash today and the challenges of the cash cycles. Some of them have been already introduced from the retail side, from the supplier side of ATM. But I wanted to also touch on how digitalization can increase your efficiency in the banking area, in the branches as well as in the cash centers. So, who is G&D? G&D is a family-owned company which makes the lives of billions of people more secure. How we do that, I come to that in a minute. The company is more than 170 years old, and in our DNA is innovation from the very beginning, be it in banknote printing, be it in inventing SIM cards, eSIM cards, inventing also the very first central bank digital currency, which is a topic which is quite famous at this point. And how do we do that today? So we have 3 pillars. One is digital security, another one is financial platforms, where you probably also know us from, and currency technology. Digital security is to protect and manage confidential systems, networks, data, and identities. That means we do everything around IoT. We do passports in identity technology, driver's licenses, etc., and digital infrastructure. The second pillar is software for commercial banks, for financing, and payment technologies like payment cards, debit card, credit cards, etc. And the area that I'm representing is currency technology. And in this, we are doing everything from banknote creation, design, in banknote solutions, in currency management. We do everything which is needed for keeping the banknote in the cash cycle. And a new area, digital currency ecosystem, which is the central bank digital currency. So the company is 3 billion euro big. Let's just move ahead. And really, we shape trust in the digital age. And now comes the contradiction, why cash? What is the role of cash today? You probably heard about Sweden, which was supposed to be the very first country to go cashless. You see some articles here from 8-9 years back, and you see the banknotes in circulation going down. But if that were the global trend, why would we talk longer about cash? So then it would be just a matter of time when cash would disappear. Cash is not only an important means of payment, it's different. It's very different to other means of payment. It's tangible. You have an overview and control of spendings. It's anonymous, trustworthy. The transaction is immediately completed. It's inclusive. It's also a store of value. Security and resilience role, and I come to that in more detail. Also, a big advantage is no power is required. So cash is important for the society, specifically when you have infrastructure breakdowns. It's not necessarily always flooding like this. We all face the risk that hackers attack the power network, the grids. But here for this flooding, I have also a picture here from innovative service engineer going to the ATM after flooding to bring it alive again. Very important, when there is breakdowns, then cash is the one mean of payment. It's also having a stabilizing role in crisis, because if there would be no possibility for a consumer to pay his goods, there would be immediately anarchy. And it has an inclusive role. Inclusive not only for the senior people, but also for the unbanked people. I just learned in Pakistan there is still 50% unbanked people, around 50%. But you see that also in other countries like US, 6%, European Union, 4%. So without cash, there would be not such inclusion. So you see here some graphs about cash in circulation. And you see some peaks. And these peaks are global crisis. So whenever there is global crisis, the cash in circulation goes up because the central banks have this role to protect it. And central banks are more and more taking responsibility and action to keep cash alive. And the problem is, if cash is not in circulation, how would it really work as a resilience lever if it's not in circulation? So there must be a certain level of cash in circulation to really act as a resilience matter. So, and cash is still growing globally. That's just two graphs from big currencies. Cash in circulation continues to grow for other reasons as well. It's very much linked to GDP growth. And as long as GDP is growing, all means of payment are growing. Same goes with the population growth. Same goes for inflation. And of course, also if central banks take measures to promote resilience, then this is as well important. I just have here some numbers for Pakistan. It's all, by the way, International Monetary Fund numbers. So the Pakistani population grows with 2%. So there is significant growth per year. And also inflation, even if that is more in line with the global development, it's still 6% in a 5-year period prognosis. So cash will continue. On the one hand side, it's growing in many areas. On the other hand side, it will stay as a resilience measure as well. When you look at the cash cycle, a functioning cash cycle is essential for the economy and the society. We see 4 major challenges today. So we have a cash paradox. We have cash in circulation growing. We have, on the other hand side, countries and regions where the cash in transaction is going down, like Habib also mentioned. We have multiple crises. We have rising costs. And in cash processing, roughly 2/3 of the costs are fixed cost. And we have a climate change. So given the time, and I'm actually surprised I've only one. Okay, let's see. I was supposed to be 20 minutes here. I wanted to touch on the rising costs here. And I need to go back. So there is countermeasures to everything, but today I really want to focus on efficiency and how the digitalization plays into that. So the commercial banks are the ones who give the consumer the cash that he is then spending in retail for his daily goods and more. For the branches, there's significant challenges like secure and fast value and authenticity detection in the front office. We have quality sorting in the back office. Very important, managing cash availability, and overall lowering costs of cash, clear. For those of you who are running cash centers, it's similar. So secure banknote detection is clear. You have then more a challenge to balance high efficiency in the cash center operation with the needed flexibility. You also need to manage cash availability and ensure a secure operation. And again, costs are crucial. So for bank branches, you have a lot of machines. The question is how then digitalization, and that is the question here, can help you to become more efficient. Today, I can say it globally, Of course, ATM, and it's great because it's not no area where we are playing in. That is from the very beginning online connected. But when you look at counting devices, sorting devices, it's not connected, these machines. But whenever there is any change of software, you need to have a service engineer on site. So to connect the machines and upload software or download reports, consolidate reports, will bring in much more efficiency. Same goes for the forecasting, not only for the ATM, but also for the branch cache that you need. Good. And for the sake of time, I just wanted to mention here, G&T is also not only working in the hardware area, where some of you or many of you may know us from the machines that you saw and that you also partly can see in the exhibition later. We are also working on software solutions like Compass Asset Manager, with which you can do all these things, upload software, download reports, etc. And you can manage, and you see here just a screenshot of how you see your fleet of machines. Then forecasting, of course, is also very important. Just a question, do I have another 3-4 minutes? Okay, thank you. Compass forecasting is also a tool that will help you not only to forecast cache devices, but also everything that you need in your branch. And I just go through that one here in detail. Then there is also a connection between a bank branch and a cache center. And if the cache center is running cache management software, you could send via web interface, deposit pre-announcements, and place your orders. Also a very important way to drive efficiency for the branch and the cache center in this case. So when it comes to cache centers, we deliver a solution portfolio that really helps you to become more efficient. And I learned that you have a lot of, that you currently have high inflation. And that means every year you get, even if I only take the 6% more banknotes in your cash center. So you need to really drive efficiency. Otherwise you end up and have rising costs. And in some other countries, I know that it's sometimes even the case that the space in the vaults are not enough if there is too much money then coming. So what are the areas to drive cash center efficiency? It's automation and it is digitalization. Automation, all sorts of processing machines, packaging machines. Then the second area, intralogistic and digitalization. This is the solution portfolio, and I cannot go now into the details. I can only encourage you to meet me at the booth and we can go into the details, but really a completely comprehensive portfolio of solutions that allow an end-to-end efficiency gain in the cash center. We do also cash room consultancy in detail, so where we send an expert, see the operation and design a new process end-to-end. For the cash center, of course, there's also very specialized software products, which I also don't go into the details, but it's really important to manage a cash center with software because you gain so much efficiency, you avoid some recounts, you can also avoid by proper processes to have too many hands on cash, which is always a problem. And then, yeah, with this, I'm coming to the summary. No, yeah, it works. So we believe all means of payment will stay for a long time in parallel. So that you see the means of payments, so they will coexist. And you saw there is good reasons from central banks to still support cash. And they do that actively to avoid that it's falling below a critical mass. On the other hand side, there is so much possibilities in such a cash-rich country like Pakistan to drive efficiency, to lower your cost. And digitalization and automation are the levers to do so. So my question then is how can we help you to make your cash processing more efficient? So I only can invite you to discuss that not only with us being here today, but with our partners from Innovative in the course of the next weeks and months. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kamin. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Humayun Sajjad, who is the CEO of Mashriq Bank, and he will deliver his speech on Pakistan's journey to a cashless economy.
Thank you, Imran. Yeah. Almost 2 months ago, I got terribly ill. At first, I thought it was just a fever, but then it got worse. I consulted 3 doctors, they're good friends, and I reached out to them primarily on WhatsApp. They advised me to stay on Panadol until you get your blood test results. In parallel, I started researching on the ChatGPT by providing my condition, learning and debating what to do, what to eat, and how to avoid infection from spreading. The blood test results came in few hours, which I downloaded from a web link in SMS. And I shared the results in PDF format with the doctors on WhatsApp. The doctor advised the antibiotics, which I immediately started taking. Meanwhile, I also uploaded the test results onto ChatGPT, which gave me an analysis similar to doctors, but it added a lot of value by giving me information based on my input and queries. Unlike doctors, AI assistants do not get tired or frustrated by unlimited number of questions that we have from our doctors. It took me a few days to recover, and alhamdulillah, I was able to manage it well with diet, sleep, care, and medication, mostly guided by ChatGPT and validated by doctors. Few weeks later, my wife showed similar symptoms. My immediate reaction to her was, take the same medication that was prescribed to me. However, she decided to consult doctors. In parallel to the doctors, I consulted ChatGPT, which advised me not to draw the same conclusion, but rather wait for the blood test results to come. Alhamdulillah, she recovered much quicker since her illness turned out to be different. The medical consultation process that I just shared became a new normal for me. But like they say, don't try this at home. I'm just sharing my personal story. Honorable Executive Director, State Bank of Pakistan, Syed Suhail Jawad Saab, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. It is a great privilege and an honor to stand before you today. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I'm excited to discuss the topic so close to my heart, building a digital economy and Mashriq's role in Pakistan's financial evolution. The personal story that I shared demonstrate how our lives are evolving with the evolution of digital in our lives. Now let's take a sneak peek into the future. In near future, most of us will have their personalized AI assistants. And that will help us to interact, for example, with bank's AI assistant, or for that matter, any other AI interaction. So the overall experience will be highly targeted and highly contextual. It seems the smart glasses with mixed reality will be the next wave of consumer electronics, as it will become part of our day-to-day life. I'm referring to the recent smart glasses launched by Meta, Mark Zuckerberg. Such glasses will offer highly contextualized, in-the-moment decision-making compared to opening an app on your mobile phone. In case of banking, the glasses will be calling the banking APIs to help you make decisions. Digital and mobile phones have brought 1.5 billion people into the financial fold in the last 10 years. But 500 years before that, we were able to bring half of world's population into the banking fold, while rest half of remained excluded. Now let me turn your attention to global examples where digitization and financial inclusion has contributed to countries' GDP. Brazil, according to World Bank, McKinsey, and Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in the last 5 years, more than 50 million new bank accounts have been opened in Brazil, primarily by platforms like Nubank and real-time payments, PIX. SME digitization and financial inclusion contributed between 1.5 to 2% to the country's GDP, and overall financial inclusion and digitization resulted in 3 to 3.5% appreciation in the GDP per annum. Let me talk about Indonesia. World Bank, McKinsey, and Global Findex reported that in Indonesia, programs like Laku Pandai have improved financial inclusion in rural Indonesia. Global Findex data nearly shows that the 20% increase in financial inclusion happened in the last 10 years. The SME digitization and financial inclusion contributed 1.5 to 2% to GDP, whereas overall digitization and financial inclusion in Indonesia in the last 5 years resulted in 3 to 4% positive growth to GDP per annum. Similarly, in India, the overall digitization and financial inclusion resulted in 4 to 6% positive contribution. SME specifically resulted in 2 to 3%. And for Bangladesh, overall 3 to 4.5%, and SME contribution 2 to 2.5%. Keeping all of this in view, let's take a look at opportunities in Pakistan. The strides in the right policy direction made over the last 2 years have helped Pakistan with significant macroeconomic improvements. Pakistan today is witnessing a promising place of economic turnaround thanks to Ministry of Finance and the State Bank of Pakistan. But the real challenge for us today is to move beyond the renewed stability and focus on strategic efforts for sustained economic growth. Growth that benefits the broader spectrum of Pakistani society in a fair and inclusive manner. As leaders in Pakistan's banking industry, we are in a pivotal position of great responsibility to help our country leverage opportunities to enable broader access to financial services and drive sustained economic participation. According to recent GSMA report released in August 2024, 81% of Pakistan's adult population today resides in areas with 3G and 4G networks, compared to just 15% in 2010. And by the end of 2023, 63% of the population in Pakistan owned a smartphone. Looking at the potential of entrepreneurs and SMEs in Pakistan, it is worth sharing a story of Blue Bottle Coffee, a success story and a case study from the Square in US, one of my favorite examples that I keep quoting in similar events. Typically, the businesses in US, and for that matter, any other market, operate on a cash-only basis, under-reporting income and avoiding taxes. The SMEs always want to avoid complexity of bookkeeping, believing it keeps the business simpler and profitable. Blue Bottle Coffee, a specialty coffee roaster and retailer that was founded in 2002 in Oakland, California by James Freeman. Initially, Blue Bottle operated like a small local business selling freshly roasted coffee beans at farmers market. But after embracing digital solution like Square's platform, the Blue Bottle Coffee started accepting card payments, track sales data, manage inventory, monitor performance across multiple locations, offering digital receipts, managing customer feedback and loyalty, simplified payroll processing, and get access to capital using Square Capital. In 2017, Nestle acquired a majority stake, 68%, in Blue Bottle Coffee for an estimated value of $425 million. Digitization and financial inclusion of customers, SME, and the ecosystem results in increased access to markets for new customers and online presence. I remember offering sweets from Faisalabad online because the ad keeps on popping on my Instagram. There is improved efficiency and productivity, enhanced access to finance, transparency, and better record keeping, customer convenience, and growth. This leads to a transition from informal to formal economy, tax inclusion, economic growth, and we have several case studies to learn from. But it takes time and patience. Developing nations, for example, Brazil and Indonesia, have successfully capitalized on such opportunities through their breakthrough in digital banking, which have disrupted the traditional financial sector. Pakistan has tremendous opportunity, an opportunity to leverage the digitalization of financial services as a game changer for our country. Around 36 to 38% of Pakistan's GDP comes from informal business sector, which includes SMEs and that often lack access to formal financial services. Formalizing this sector through digitization and bringing them into the financial fold can unlock untapped potential. According to World Bank, World Economic Forum, Global Findex, and McKinsey study, Pakistan has the following opportunities. Financial inclusion expansion will result in 3 to 4% of GDP growth annually. SME digitization and financial inclusion, 2 to 3% GDP growth annually. Informal economy formalization, 1.5 to 2% growth annually, provided proper government support, industry interventions, overall GDP growth in the next 4 to 6 years will be between 4 to 6% in Pakistan. Now, let me share how Mashreq is going to contribute to Pakistan's financial evolution. We are MENA region's leading financial institution with roots deeply embedded into innovation. It is quite clear innovation combined with our agile operating model has enabled Mashreq to achieve unprecedented transformation and tangible growth for our stakeholders and ecosystem across the globe. Today, Mashreq stands as the beacon of trust and innovation among international financial institutions. We have made our mark in 14 countries, not just by offering services, but by creating banking experiences that embrace everyone from individual customers to entrepreneurs, small and large businesses, simplifying their journeys to financial progress. In 2024, Brand Finance recognized Mashreq as the strongest digital banking brand in UAE. The dedication to innovation means always staying ahead of technologies. Our focus on delivering unparalleled customer experience has led to the venture into open banking, paving the way for highly personalized, real-time, and safe financial interactions. We are also leveraging cloud computing to help scale the digital ecosystem through partnerships, bringing operational agility and scalability. This forward-thinking approach has made banking intuitive and given us recognition as the best digital bank for many years. Our advanced digital capabilities have set benchmark in the global Islamic banking industry, and we are excited to bring the same level of excellence to Pakistan. As a trusted international digital leader, Mashreq brings with it a rich legacy of innovation and profound commitment to enabling Pakistan's future growth. We are committed to bringing several of Mashreq's global award-winning solutions to Pakistan. Mashreq's entry to Pakistan is not just an expansion. It is a commitment to being part of Pakistan's growth story, leveraging its international expertise to offer unmatched banking experience in sophistication, reliability, and customer focus. In the end, I am optimistic and a believer in our nation's potential. With a vibrant ecosystem and a committed banking sector and supporting regulator, Pakistan is poised to leapfrog into the digital age, opening doors to a financial limitless possibilities. Digital Pakistan is not just an economic aspiration. It is a social imperative. It is about empowering people, boosting entrepreneurship, and a fair, more inclusive society. With dedication, collaboration, and a shared vision for a bright future, we can transform the traditional banking experience into one that is seamless, convenient, and accessible to everyone. My vision as a Pakistani and CEO of Mashreq Pakistan is to bring Mashreq's global capabilities to Pakistan, catalyzing our country's future growth. Let us all envision a future where every Pakistani enjoys financial well-being and every Pakistani is genuinely empowered. Thank you.
बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you, Humayun. Now I'd like to, without further ado, invite the Executive Director from the State Bank, Mr. Suhail Javed, to please be here on stage with us and share with us his views.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. And good morning to all our guests as well. It's a pleasure to have you here. And I would like to thank Total Communications for organizing this wonderful gathering. It gives us an opportunity to share experiences and listen to each other. Some apologies to my foreign guest. I'll be switching between Urdu and English. So I hope that's okay. But I do have slides, and I am sure that those slides will help you understand and grasp an understanding of what I'm trying to communicate. तो आज की इसमें कुछ पॉइंट्स मैं सोच रहा था कि क्या बात की जाए आप लोगों से, क्योंकि मेरी गुफ्तगू तो हमेशा एक जैसी होती है कि जी कैश बहुत ज़्यादा है और डिजिटल बहुत कम है और क्या क्या काम हमने किए, और वही मायूसी का इजहार होता है और वही कुछ उम्मीद की कोशिश होती है कि कुछ उम्मीद बेहतर है। तो आज भी मोर और लेस वही है ट्रेंड। और लेकिन आज सुबह when I came to office in the morning and I saw the newspaper, the headline was that the finance minister has said that the government is going to wage a war on cash. And probably this was the first time that a very high level and high ranking official in the government of Pakistan ever said such a thing. Waging the war on cash. I am sure this might not be a good news for you, but I mean the war on cash is going to be there. But I think still we are very far from that. तो ये सबको मालूम है पाकिस्तान की, this is the digital environment. And I think during the past 10 years, what we have achieved is कि हमारा जो payment processing infrastructure है, that has strengthened a lot. We have seen the emergence of PSPs, PSOs, EMIs. They're doing a good job, and I'll show you the numbers as well. And then we've got banks, and we've got institutions like OneLink and NIFT and PayFast and VRGs who are doing a wonderful job. Pakistan is probably one of those very few countries which has two retail payment systems. One is operated by OneLink and the other by State Bank, which is based on ISO 20022. RAST, everybody knows about it. So I am sure that this is an achievement that we can celebrate. Some numbers, so a lot of numbers. And I think what has happened during the past few years is that we have got about 88 million unique depositors, people or corporates who have got bank accounts. And out of them, there are about 203 million accounts. We've got 59 million users of digital wallets that are mostly offered by branchless banks, which is a big number. Of course, not all of them are active, but many are. 19 million are mobile banking users, app users. Last year, this number was somewhere around 17 million. So I think we now have about 2 more additional million users. And all these numbers would be, this is like an advanced peak, because this week we'll be issuing our annual payment systems review. So all these numbers and much more would be there. So you can see those numbers there. And then we have got 12 million internet banking users and a very encouraging 3.7 million users of EMIs. So there are 4 EMIs. And I'm very happy to see that those electronic money institutions are shaping up pretty well. They're shaping pretty well themselves. One of them was acquired by a large EMI in Turkey this year. The other one, NeaPay, is doing a good job in digitizing certain retail use cases. The third one, Akhtarfew, is actually working on agri-tech, which is again encouraging. And we have quite a few EMIs that are in pipeline. Of course, the State Bank is always takes time to process those applications, but very soon you will be seeing some additional EMIs also. So EMIs are good. They are offering a good user experience. Young kids are using them, their wallets, and it's very encouraging, and you can see the numbers. Although the base is smaller, but 82% is a good number. And the last number, so we have got about over 500,000 merchants. This number was near to zero, I think, a couple of years ago. But QR wallets, QRs are being implemented mostly by our branchless banks. One of the banks is doing a good job in that area, and that number is increasing. Inshallah, we are targeting to reach the number of 1 million by the end of this year. Acha, here is the good news. The good news is that 84% of our retail transactions are done digitally in Pakistan. So transactions जो बैंक accounts के through होती हैं उसमें से 84% in terms of number they are done digitally, and only 16% are OTC. तो आप numbers calculate कर सकते हैं. 6.3 बिलियन ट्रांजेक्शंस हुई हैं इस साल में तकरीबन, जो उससे आप रेशो निकाल सकते हैं और फिर उसका ब्रेकअप भी आप देख सकते हैं. और आप ये भी देख सकते हैं कि सिंस द पैंडमिक FY20 से लेकर अब तक तकरीबन 30% का इंक्रीज़ हुआ है विद इन द नंबर ऑफ ट्रांजेक्शंस दैट आर बीइंग डन डिजिटली यूजिंग डिफरेंट चैनल्स. बट देन दिस इज़ द बैड न्यूज़. वही है, बट इट्स रिवर्स. This is in terms of cash, in terms of not just cash, in terms of non-digital transactions by value. तो हमारे पास 546 ट्रिलियन रुपीस की ट्रांजेक्शन्स हुई हैं ड्यूरिंग द पास्ट ईयर. ये अप्रॉक्सीमेट नंबर्स हैं, फाइनल इस वीक आ जाएगा. उसमें से 83% ओवर द काउंटर हैं, यानी बैंक्स की ब्रांचेस के ऊपर ये ट्रांजेक्शन्स जो हुई हैं यूजिंग कैश और चेक, it's still 83%. And digital is just 17%. तो वो जो 84% था, in terms of rupee value, that's just 17%. So my friends don't have to worry. Cash is not going anywhere. It seems to be here and it seems to be staying here for quite some time. और आप share भी देख सकते हैं. Although we have increased from 6% to 17%, but it's very discouraging. It's very discouraging. हमारी इकोनॉमी अभी भी कैश पे चल रही है, और हमारी जो रिटेल साइड है, जो छोटी ट्रांजैक्शन करने वाले लोग हैं, वो तो डिजिटल पे आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जो बड़ी ट्रांजैक्शंस और बड़ी वैल्यू के ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं वो नहीं आ रही हैं डिजिटल पे. एंड दैट इज़ समथिंग which I think everybody, including the governments, both the federal and provincial governments and state bank, are extremely concerned about. थोड़ा सा ट्रेंड्स को देख लेते हैं. ऑफ कोर्स हमारी डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस में जो ट्रेंड्स हैं, फंड ट्रांसफ़र्स. अच्छा, फंड ट्रांसफ़र्स जो हैं यानी एक दूसरे को पैसे देना, ऑफ कोर्स वो सबसे बड़ा यूज़ केस है, बोथ डिजिटली भी, और अगर आप हमारी रिपोर्ट में देखेंगे तो वैल्यू बाय वैल्यू भी फंड ट्रांसफ़र इज़ द बिगेस्ट यूज़ केस. हम हमेशा से बिल पेमेंट्स में पाकिस्तान इज़ वन ऑफ दोज कंट्रीज़ जिन्होंने बिल पेमेंट्स और मोबाइल टॉपअप्स को डिजिटल किया है. तो दिस नंबर इज़ ऑल्सो इज़ इनकरेजिंग. POS के ऊपर पॉइंट ऑफ सेल पे जो ट्रांजेक्शन्स हुई हैं यूजिंग कार्ड्स, उसका नंबर भी आपके सामने, उसमें भी काफ़ी इंक्रीज़ हुआ है. लेकिन आई थिंक जो ई-कॉमर्स में इंक्रीज़ आ रहा है दैट इज़ हेल्दी, और उससे उम्मीद भी है. एंड आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर द क्रक्स लाइज. हाउ कैन वी मेक आवर बिजनेसेस गो ऑनलाइन? ये प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है. बिजनेसेस को ऑनलाइन कैसे किया जाए, और नॉट जस्ट सेल्स एंड ऑल, बल्कि उनकी अपनी B2B की ट्रांजेक्शन्स भी हैं या B2C हैं. गवर्नमेंट इज़ एग्रेसिव ऑन दिस. गवर्नमेंट की अपनी इस वक्त हम जो इस्लामाबाद की आई थिंक 90% जो फेडरल कैपिटल की सैलरीज़ हैं वो रास पे प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं, सैलरीज़ एंड वेंडर पेमेंट्स. बल्कि अब लास्ट मंथ हमने जो उनकी फेडरल गवर्नमेंट की जो सैलरीज कराची से प्रोसेस होती हैं वो भी हम रास पे ले आए हैं. इंशाल्लाह नेक्स्ट मंथ पंजाब को भी हम ले जाएंगे, इन KP एंड दी अदर्स, जो AGPR की सैलरीज हैं. एंड गवर्नमेंट इज़ वेरी कीन ऑन डिजिटाइजिंग देयर पेमेंट्स, और वो उसमें हम करेंगे. लेकिन प्राइवेट सेक्टर को अब होश के नाखून भी लेने होंगे और थोड़ा सा जागना भी होगा. और वो बैंक्स जो उस प्राइवेट सेक्टर को सर्व करते हैं, जो अपने कॉरपोरेट कस्टमर्स को सर्व करते हैं, आई थिंक दे विल हैव टू रीथिंक about their business models. ٹھیک ہے, کیسے میں بھی آپ کو بتاتا ہوں. ان فیکٹ لیٹ می گو بیک, اور اگر آپ اس کو دیکھیں تو 448 ٹریلین برانچز میں پروسیس ہوا ہے روپیز میں. 448 ٹریلین لاسٹ ایئر ہماری برانچز میں پروسیس ہوا ہے. اس میں سے آؤٹ آف دس 100 ٹریلین واز یوزنگ کیش, کیش ودرالس, کیش ڈپازٹس, اینڈ دا ریسٹ واز آف کورس یوزنگ چیکس اینڈ ادر انسٹرومینٹس جو ہوا ہے. Branch suits banks pretty well, I guess. I think branch suits banks. It allows banks to hold on to funds for 2 days or 3 days or whatever the time is. And banks makes money by holding on to funds. ہم چاہ رہے ہیں کہ بینکس فیسیلیٹیٹ کریں تاکہ کسٹمرز, بزنسز اپنی ٹرانزیکشنز کو ریئل ٹائم میں کریں. تو یہ کمپیٹنگ چیلنجز ہیں. How can we make it work? ہم نے راست لگایا, اور راست سے آپ انسٹنٹلی پیمنٹ ریسیو کر سکتے ہیں, لیکن انسٹنٹلی پیمنٹ سینڈ کیسے کرنا ہے؟ How can we convince our businesses, our payers, our banks not to hold on to the funds? ٹھیک ہے, float income is the biggest part of the income. اس میں کوئی دو رائے نہیں ہے. 2 طرح کی انکم ہے. ایک فلوٹ انکم ہے دیٹ یو ارن بائی ہولڈنگ منی ان ٹو یور اکاؤنٹس فار اے سرٹن ٹائم پیریڈ, اینڈ دی ادر از فی انکم. اگر آپ فلوٹ انکم کو کم کریں گے تو فی انکم اوپر چلی جائے گی, آپ کی ٹرانزیکشنز مہنگی ہوں گی. ٹھیک ہے, تو یہ ایک کننڈرم ہے. دس از اے چیلنج. اس کو ہم کیسے کریں گے ابھی سوچتے ہیں اس پہ. اینڈ سملرلی یہ ایک ٹرانزیکشنز اینڈ ٹرینڈس کے لیے موبائل بینکنگ ایپس کا استعمال ہمارے ملک میں بہت بڑھ رہا ہے, اور اس کے ساتھ برانچ لیس بینکنگ ایپس. آئی تھنک یہ اب ایک پوائنٹ آ گیا ہے جس پہ, اور ان کی گروتھ ان ٹرمز آف پرسنٹیج شاید 2% زیادہ نہیں ہے, بٹ ان کا بیس بہت بڑا ہے. انٹرنیٹ بینکنگ بھی ہے, اور ای ایم آئیز. لیٹ سی ہاؤ ویل دے پرفارم ان ڈیجیٹائزنگ یوز کیسز. ای کامرس بھی اگین میں نے جیسے کہا کہ ہمارے پاس کیش آن ڈلیوری, آج سے اگر مجھ سے 5 سال یا 6 سال 7 سال پہلے پوچھتے تو کیش آن ڈلیوری بہت بڑا پارٹ تھا, لیکن اب ٹرانزیکشنز یوزنگ ایدر کارڈز اور ای والیٹس یہ بڑھ گئی ہیں. اس سال ایک ٹرینڈ جو ہم نے یہ دیکھا, اور یہ 2 آپ دیکھ رہے ہیں, یہ جو آپ کو نظر آ رہے ہیں, یہ ایک ای کامرس کی ٹرانزیکشن جو FY23 اور 24 میں ہوئی ہیں بائی والیوم اینڈ بائی ویلیو, اور آپ دونوں میں دیکھیں کہ وہ ٹرانزیکشنز جو موبائل والیٹس یا ایپس سے ہوئی ہیں اس سال وہ زیادہ ہیں ایز کمپیئر ٹو کارڈ بیسڈ ٹرانزیکشن سے. اس کا مطلب ہے کہ اب نہ صرف کسٹمرز بلکہ ہمارے جو سروس پرووائڈرز ہیں وہ بھی اس پہ اب آ رہے ہیں کہ ہمیں ایپس کے اوپر لے کے جانا ہے. اینڈ ود راس QR جو ہم نے ریسنٹلی لانچ کیا ہے, انشاءاللہ آئی ہوپ کہ دس ٹرینڈ ول انکریز. اور بینکس کے لیے ایک اپرچونٹی ہے, ای ایم آئیز کے لیے, پیمنٹ کمپنیز کے لیے, ہماری ٹیک کمپنیز کے لیے یہ ایک اپرچونٹی ہے کہ کتنی کوئکلی دے کین ایکچولی گو اینڈ ڈیجیٹائز ای کامرس, کتنی کوئکلی اور کتنی ایفیشینٹلی وہ سولوشنس دیتے ہیں. دس از اے مارکیٹ دیٹس جسٹ اوپن, وائڈ اوپن. کیوں؟ کیونکہ ہماری ڈیجیٹل ای کامرس ابھی بھی ڈپینڈ کرتی ہے کارڈس کے اوپر, اور کارڈس جو انٹرنیشنل اسکیمز آفر کرتے ہیں وہ بڑا مہنگا پروپوزل ہے. جو لوگ اس میں کام کرتے ہیں انہیں پتہ ہے کہ دے کانٹ بریک ایون, اینڈ دس از فار دا فرسٹ ٹائم کہ ہم ایک فری آپ کو آلٹرنیٹ دے رہے ہیں جو ہم نے راس کی APIs دی ہیں کہ آپ ای کامرس اور آن لائن کو ڈیجیٹل کر لیں. تو دس از اگین این اپرچونٹی. تو چونکہ راس کی بات آئی ہے تو راس کا آپ کو بتا دیں کہ راست میں اس سال ہم نے آئی تھنک کوئی 11.5 اب شاید جو ایئر گزرا ہے جون میں 11.5 ٹریلین روپیز پروسیس کیے ہیں, اور کوئی آلموسٹ 496 ملین ٹرانزیکشنز اس پہ ہوئی ہیں, اور ڈیلی جو ہم کر رہے ہیں وہ آلموسٹ 1.8 ملین. اب یہ جون کی فگرز ہیں, اب ہمارے پاس 2.6 ملین پر ڈے ہو رہی ہیں. ہم نے جو فرسٹ ٹریلین روپیز راس پہ پروسیس کیے تھے وہ آپ دیکھیں 336 ڈیز لگے ہیں, اور آخری ٹریلین جو تھا وہ ہم نے جو پروسیس کیا ہے وہ 22 ڈیز میں کیا ہے. تو اڈاپشن از is rapid, and it's alhamdulillah it's increasing. And I'm sure with payment systems like Rast and OneLink and PayFast and VRGs, I think we will be able to achieve something good. So what are the issues now with the numbers out of the way? So what are the issues? So of course, good news, cash is still the king in Pakistan. It's still the emperor. I don't know if it is good news or bad news. Certainly for economy, it's bad news. But so cash is still the king. We have high currency in circulation, almost 9.3 trillion rupees. This is a big number which is in circulation. हमारी MSMEs, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस, उनकी डिजिटाइजेशन ना होने के बराबर है. और जैसे मैंने कहा, बैंक्स का बिजनेस मॉडल्स अपेरेंटली इट सूट्स देम. अपेरेंटली, मे बी आई एम रॉन्ग ऑन दिस, बट मुझे फील होता है कि बैंक्स को पैसा रोकना सूट करता है. और जो हम बात उनसे करने को कह रहे हैं, जो काम करने को कह रहे हैं, वो कुछ ज़्यादा है. इट्स लाइक आस्किंग अ लॉट फ्रॉम देम. तो व्हाट कैन वी डू? इसीलिए हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ये फिनटेक्स को आगे लाएं, EMIs को आगे लाएं, PSOs, PSPs, इवन ब्रांचलेस बैंक्स जो मेरे लिए फिनटेक्स ही हैं, उनको हम आगे लाएं. आज भी जो ब्रांचलेस बैंक्स हैं, दो बड़े जो हमारी हैं, दे परफॉर्म ऑलमोस्ट 65% ऑफ ट्रांजेक्शंस ऑन रास्ट. सिर्फ दो बैंक्स, जस्ट लाइक इन अदर कंट्रीज़. इंडिया में भी आप चले जाएँ, पेटीएम है और वो जो दूसरा वाला है गूगल पे, और फिर इसी तरह हमेशा हर कंट्री में दो ही बड़ी होती हैं एंटिटीज़ जो ये ट्रांजेक्शन्स कर रही हैं. हमारे यहाँ भी यही मॉडल है. दूसरा, हमारी जो डिजिटल पेमेंट्स हैं उसमें फ्रिक्शन बहुत है, मुश्किल है. एक ऐप को आज भी इस्तेमाल करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. डर होता है मेरे पैसे ना कहीं खो जाएं, कहीं चले ना जाएं. और ये इवन आप किसी ऐप में जाएं और आपको QR ढूंढने में, आपको QR का बटन ढूंढने में बहुत मुश्किल होगी. अगर मर्चेंट कोई सेल्स करता है तो उसको ये नोटिफिकेशन में बहुत मुश्किल होगी कि उसकी सेल हो गई है. डिस्पाइट एडवांसेस इन 3 थिंग्स, डिस्पाइट एडवांसेस इन 1, बायोमेट्रिक्स. आप आज अपना मोबाइल सिर्फ अपने फेस से या अपनी फिंगरप्रिंट से खोल लेते हैं. वेरिफिकेशन, ऑथेंटिकेशन हो जाती है कस्टमर की. आज आपको नोटिफिकेशन मिल जाता है बहुत आराम से, कोई भी आप काम करें आपको इन ऐप नोटिफिकेशन आ रहा होता है. और लोकेशन सर्विसेज, अगेन वंडरफुल थिंग, जो आपको बता देती है कि बंदा कहाँ खड़ा है. आई थिंक अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ दीज 3 एस्पेक्ट्स फ्रॉम अ मोबाइल ऐप कैन एक्चुअली ट्रांसफॉर्म द एंटायर पेमेंट्स इकोसिस्टम, फ्रॉड के हवाले से और बाकी चीज़ों के हवाले से. तो हमारा जो UI UX है, दैट नीड्स टू बी सिंप्लीफाइड, दैट नीड्स टू बी सिंप्लीफाइड, दैट्स द की वर्ड. और इसीलिए हमने अपने यहाँ स्टेट बैंक में वी हैव नाउ स्टार्टेड फोकसिंग ऑन UI UX को किस तरह से हम सिंप्लीफाई करेंगे. ट्रांजेक्शन्स महंगी हैं. डिजिटल इज़ एक्सपेंसिव एज कम्पेयर्ड टू कैश. कैश, जो छोटी ट्रांजेक्शन्स की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, वो कैश अभी भी सस्ता ही पड़ता है. एटलीस्ट उसकी फेस वैल्यू पे सस्ता पड़ता है. जितनी कॉस्ट है वो स्टेट बैंक और बैंक्स बेयर कर रहे हैं. लेकिन हमारी जो डिजिटल ट्रांजेक्शन्स, उस पर MDR लगा हुआ है, मर्चेंट डिस्काउंट रेट 1%, 1.5%, 2%. हम रास फ्री दे रहे हैं बैंक्स को, और मगर वो कह रहे हैं नहीं, हम इस पर चार्ज करेंगे, हम चार्ज करेंगे, हम फ्री काम नहीं कर सकते. और जाहिर है उस पर इन्वेस्टमेंट लगती है ना, फ्री कैसे करें. हाउ कैन वी मेक डिजिटल ट्रांजेक्शन्स एट लीस्ट एज फ्री एज कैश. कैश को आप फ्री नहीं कर सकते, डिजिटल को सस्ता कैसे करेंगे? क्योंकि कुछ लोग हैं जो वहाँ पर डेवलपमेंट्स कर रहे हैं और सिस्टम्स को लगा रहे हैं, तो उसको कैसे हम सस्ता करेंगे? ये क्वेश्चन है सिर्फ. मैं आई डोंट हैव एन आंसर टू दैट राइट नाउ. और फिर मेजर प्रॉब्लम, फेयर ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन एंड टैक्सेशन, कि अगर डिजिटल कर दी तो आ जाएगा FBR. वह तो आना ही है FBR ने वैसे भी, लेकिन वो अभी वो डर बहुत ज़्यादा है. और मेरा उस पर आर्ग्यूमेंट ये है, जब आपका बिज़नेस डिजिटल जाता है, आप जब डिजिटाइज करते हैं अपने बिज़नेस को, your sales actually increases by a factor of at least 10. At least 10 से आपकी सेल्स इंक्रीज़ कर जाती है. ये आप इंटरनेशनल पेमेंट स्कीम से भी बात करें या किसी और से बात करें. और इसीलिए मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूँ कि हम पीछे, जो पाकिस्तान पीछे रह गया है, उसकी बुनियादी वजह यही है कि हमने अपने आप को अपग्रेड नहीं किया, हमने अपनी डिजिटाइजेशन को फोकस नहीं किया. اور میری پسندیدہ آپ لوگوں نے اکثر نے مجھ سے یہ ایگزامپل سنی ہوگی کہ جب تک ہم گھاس پہ ہاکی کھیلتے تھے، گراس پہ، ہم ورلڈ لیڈر تھے. جب آسٹرو ٹرف آئی اور ہم نے اس کو نہیں اڈاپٹ کیا، ہم لیگ میں 0 بالکل لوئسٹ نمبر پہ آ گئے. تو ڈیجیٹل از دی آسٹرو ٹرف آف ٹوڈیز بزنس. تو یہ ایک بہت شارٹ سائٹڈ اپروچ ہے ہماری بزنسز کی کہ جی ہم ڈیجیٹل نہیں ہوں گے کیونکہ ہمیں ٹیکس دینا پڑے گا، اور ہمارے بینکس کی کہ اگر ہم ڈیجیٹل ہو گئے تو ہمارے پاس پیسہ نہیں رکے گا، کسٹمر کے پاس پاور آ جائے گی. نہیں، بٹ اکانومی ول موو فارورڈ. آپ کا بزنس 10 ٹائمس 20 ٹائمس بڑھے گا. دیٹ نیڈس ٹو بی. اور پھر آف کورس ٹرسٹ کا ایک بڑا ایشو ہے کہ ظاہر ہے فراڈس جو ہیں وہ زیادہ ہیں. زیادہ تو نہیں ہے، ہمارے فراڈ کا لیول کوئی 0.01% ہی ہے ابھی بھی، جو کہ ایٹ لیسٹ انڈیا جیسی کنٹریز کے برابر ہی ہے. انویسٹمنٹس آئی ٹی میں نہیں ہو رہی ہیں. ہم بھی اب ہم نے ایک سسٹم لگا دیا، لیکن اب ضرورت اس بات کی کہ ہماری گورنمنٹس اور ہمارے پرائیویٹ سیکٹر آئی ٹی سسٹمس کو اپ گریڈ کریں اور انویسٹ کریں اور اس میں پیسے لگائیں، تاکہ ہماری جو آئی ٹی میں اتنی بڑی جو ہماری ریسورسز ہیں ان کو ہمیں، اور پھر اب اس کی وجہ سے ہماری جو آئی ٹی ریسورسز ہیں وہ آن لائن کام کر رہی ہیں، وہ باہر جا کر کام کر رہی ہیں. اب ان کو ڈالر کمانا ہے، اب وہ روپے میں نہیں. تو جب آپ جائیں گے اور یہاں جو ہمارے وینڈرز وغیرہ بیٹھے ہیں یا جو بینکس بیٹھے ہیں، اب ہمیں اچھی ریسورسز ملتی ہی نہیں ہے اس کاسٹ پہ جو ہم پے کر سکتے ہیں، کیونکہ ان کی کاسٹ اوپر چلی گئی ہے. کیسے اس مسئلے کو حل کریں؟ اٹس گڈ فار دا کنٹری، ظاہر وہ کام کر رہے ہیں. اب وہ ڈالر آ رہے ہیں نہیں آ رہے ہیں وہ ایک الگ چیز ہے، لیکن بہرحال ان کو کام مل رہا ہے. تو ہاؤ کین وی ایڈریس دیز ایشوز؟ ٹھیک ہے. تو ایسا لگ رہا ہے کہ ابھی بینکس اور ہمارے وینڈرز بھی اپنے کمفرٹ زون میں بیٹھے ہیں. وہ کہہ رہے ہیں اسٹیٹ بینک کا سرکولر آتا ہے، اس کی کمپلائنس میں ہی پیسے بن جاتے ہیں، ضرورت ہی نہیں ہے کچھ اور کرنے کی. اور اسی طرح جو ہے وہ ہماری ڈیجیٹل پیمنٹس، بینکس جو ہیں وہ ابھی بھی ایکسپینسو کارڈ سسٹمس کے اراؤنڈ ہی ریوالو کر رہے ہیں، جو باہر کی اسکیم چلاتی ہیں جس سے دے ایکچولی پے منی ٹو آفر اے سروس. تو لیکن پھر بھی کچھ امید ہے. اور میں اپنی پریزنٹیشن کو ایک اچھی نوٹ پہ ختم کرنا چاہتا ہوں، اور وہ امید یہ ہے کہ ہمارا پیمنٹس انفراسٹرکچر اب کافی حد تک ڈیولپڈ ہے. مجھ سے کچھ دن پہلے لاسٹ ویک یہ بلا کر پوچھا گیا کہ اب گورنمنٹ جو پریشرائز کرنے جا رہی ہے آن ڈیجیٹلائزیشن اینڈ آل، کیا آپ سمجھتے ہیں کہ آپ کا انفراسٹرکچر اس کو سنبھال لے گا؟ اور میں نے کہا جی بالکل سنبھال لے گا، کوئی ایشو نہیں ہے. بالکل ویسے ہی جیسے کہ جب انڈیا میں ہوئی تھی ان کی ڈی مانیٹائزیشن، تو ان کا انفراسٹرکچر اس حد تک تھا کہ اس نے سنبھال لیا تھا جو ڈپ آیا تھا. تو ہمارے یہاں بھی آئی ایم شیور کہ جو ڈیمانڈ آنے والی ہے آپ کے پاس، اور بڑی ہیوج ڈیمانڈ آنے والی ہے ہر سیکٹر کی طرف سے فار ڈیجیٹائزیشن، آئی ایم شیور کہ ہمارے بینکس اور ہمارے جو دوسرے انسٹیٹیوشنس ہیں اور ہمارے وینڈرس وہ تیار ہیں. تھوڑا وینڈرس کو مسئلہ ہوگا ریسورسز کے حوالے سے. ہمارے پاس راست آیا جو ISO 2022 اسٹینڈرڈ بنا ہے. میں ایک کانفرنس میں تھا پچھلے دنوں باہر، اور اس میں کسی نے یہ ایک بات کہی کہ ISO 2022 از دی فیوچر لینگویج آف پیمنٹس. یہ فیوچر لینگویج ہے پیمنٹس کی. تو اس کو اڈاپٹ کرنا اور اس کو انکارپوریٹ کرنا اپنی بزنس پروسیسز میں، اپنے پیمنٹ سسٹمز میں، یہ بہت ضروری ہے ہماری. آئی تھنک دس از دا فیوچر. اینڈ آئی تھنک دس ہیز ٹو بی ڈن ایون بفور CBDC اینڈ ادر، جو ابھی جن کا پتہ نہیں ہے، اس سے پہلے یہ کام کر لینا بہت ضروری ہے. ایڈاپشن ٹرینڈس، ہمارے ینگ لوگ جو ہیں پاکستان میں، آپ کو پتہ ہے 60% سے زیادہ لوگ ینگ ہیں، اور وہ ینگ لوگ ڈیجیٹل کو بہت یوز کرتے ہیں. جب ان سے بات کرتے ہیں وہ انسٹاگرام اور ٹک ٹاک بہت اچھی طرح استعمال کر لیتے ہیں. اینڈ آئی ایم شیور کہ وہ آپ کی ایپس بھی بہت اچھی استعمال کر سکتے ہیں. نیو یوز کیسز اب آ رہی ہیں. آج سے مجھے 6 سال پہلے بلا کے کمپنیز کو کہنا پڑتا تھا اسکول اور کالجز کی پیمنٹس کو آپ آن لائن کریں. آج کافی حد تک جو اسکول کی فیس آن لائن ہو گئی ہے. گورنمنٹ کی کلیکشنز ہیں جو ون لنک کے تھرو ہم کرتے ہیں، ٹیکس کی کلیکشن تو دوسری، وہ کافی حد تک ہو گئی ہیں. تو نیو یوز کیسز آ رہی ہیں. اور جیسے میں نے کہا کہ ای کامرس جو ہے وہ بھی امپورٹنٹ ہے. اور ود دی ایمرجنس آف ڈیٹا سسٹمس، جس طرح سے ڈیٹا میں کام ہو رہا ہے اور ڈیٹا کو یوز کیا جا رہا ہے، اینڈ ود دی پیمنٹس انفراسٹرکچر دیٹ وی ہیو، آئی ایم شیور کہ اگر ہم تھوڑی سی محنت اور کر لیں تو مجھے اس بارے میں کوئی کہنے میں شک نہیں ہے کہ انشاءاللہ نہ صرف ہماری اکانومی بہت جلد ڈیجیٹائز ہوگی، بلکہ ہمارا جو اوور آل ڈیجیٹل پیمنٹ سسٹمز ہے دیٹ وڈ بی کنسیڈرڈ ایز اسٹیٹ آف دی آرٹ اینڈ ٹاپ ان دا ورلڈ. تھینک یو سو مچ.
Sir, आप please जरा रुकिएगा stage पे. We'd like your presence, and I'd like to invite the Chief Executive of Total Communication, Faisal Rahim Saab, and Naveed Ali Beg, CEO, Innovative Private Limited, to join us here on the stage to give out the shields and mementos. Sir, आप awards announce कर दीजिए.
जी. So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and this is a very exciting time. We will be announcing some awards for the banks based upon their performance in various categories. So the first one is for the best bank for startup support. The fintech industry is extremely important for the ecosystem, and one bank has been outstanding in its support for the startups. The award goes to Allied Bank. I would invite Mr. Kamran Zeib to please come forward and receive the award from Suhail Jawad. Put your hands together, please. Congratulations, Mr. Kamran Zeib and ABL for this award. The next one is for the an outstanding software integration. Mr. Suhail Jawad was talking about the apps, and Bank Al Falah has done an outstanding job, and this award goes to Bank Al Falah. I would invite Mr. Yahya Khan to come forward and receive the award. Congratulations. All right, so the next one is about the security, an extremely important topic in whatever digital initiative that we take. So the award goes to, on the ATM security benchmark, having implemented throughout its delivery channels, it goes to Telenor Microfinance Bank, and I would invite Mr. Farhan Hassan to come forward and receive the award. Congratulations. We have 3 more to go. The next one coming up is an Innovative Cash Solution Award, which goes to Faisal Bank, Mr. Aminur Rahman. I would invite Mr. Aminur Rahman, the Chief Digital Officer, to please come forward and receive the award. Thank you. Please. Congratulations, Amin. All right, now the next one is also quite interesting. It revolves around the presentation made by Habib this morning on the recycling. And although the uptake is somewhat low in this region, but one bank has stood out and implemented recyclers in their network. And the award for highest recycler deployment goes to HBL. Mr. Kamran Maggu, I would request you to please come forward and receive the award. And by the way, they have been able to reduce the costs and the interventions by about more than the industry standard worldwide. They used to have an intervention of about 15 million. Now they have an intervention of about 6 million. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words, Kamran Saab?
Thank you very much, Ji. I won't take much time. I think I am deeply honored to accept this award on behalf of HPL. And talking about cash and digital economy and the challenges and opportunities we have, I think looking at the future of banking, I feel cash recyclers is another significant technological advancement. And I feel from our perspective, it is going to significantly contribute to the way we interact with physical currency, and also how we how we bridge the gap between traditional way of banking and the digital economy. Because from our perspective, initiatives like cash recyclers are not only another upgrade to the technology, but they symbolize progress. And by streamlining the cash handling processes, enhancing security, and improving customer convenience, I think the aim is to improve the overall banking experience. And cash recyclers, I feel, are going to play a pivotal role in terms of this. This is just a small step, Suhail Sahab, I think. But it goes to show that it's our testament to a common and shared vision of shaping the future of financial industry in Pakistan. So I thank you, Total Communications. I thank all my partners, and especially to the teams who have actually made this vision come to life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamran Magu, the Chief Operating Officer of HBL. Now the final one coming up is the highest ATM deployment award, which goes to UBL. I would invite Mr. Sohail Aziz Awan to please the Chief Digital Officer of the CIO of UBL to receive this award. Would you like to say a few words?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, I think receiving this award is not maybe a great thing in this age of digitalization. मेरा ख्याल लेकिन जो पाकिस्तान के जो I think हालात हैं या जो हमारी status है, cash is still the king. So, quality of the banking services and access of services is something which is still highest priority for UBL. So, उस context में, I think ATM still has a great role to play to access of services and all that. और इसमें we are really thankful to Diebold, next off to supporting us in this context. And thank you very much also for honoring us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. Now, we'd like to, Naveed Sahab, रुकिएगा. Now we'd like to, Naveed Sahab. Naveed Sahab, Innovative Diebold के जो CEO हैं, उनको अपने शील्ड के लिए प्रेजेंट करने के लिए बुलाएं. आ गए हैं? अच्छा, तो किस ऑर्डर में बुलाएं? काजी शुएब साहब अगर तशरीफ ले आए हैं तो प्लीज स्टेज पे आ जाइए. What category is this? Title sponsor. Okay. Now the award for the title sponsor goes to Innovative Diebold, Mr. Naveed Ali Beg Sahab. Next up is the award for platinum sponsor is Mr. Tabish Sabah from Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Rahil Malik, please join us from WaveTech. Mr. Rahil Malik.
We're healing our last breaths before Earth speaks the last word.
Mr. Kamran Zeeb from Allied Bank. Mr. Farooq Ali Beg from BPC.
The source is unknown.
Mr. Dawar Khan from Euronet.
I once forgot Earth.
And Mr. Nafis from TPS. And if Mr. Nafis from TPS is not here, anybody else from TPS to please join us here on the stage for the award. Sorry. It's Nofal, my bad. Next, for gold sponsors, we'd like to call from House of Business Machine, Mr. Sohail Mustafa. Ms. Lareb Aftab from Urban Tech. Haris Naseem from Infotech. Haris Nasir from Infotech. Next. If Mr. Haris is not here, then I'll just move on. Or somebody else would from Infotech would like to come up. He was the first person in the seminar in the morning.
At least I was on time.
Yes, you were. Mr. Ashraf or Ahmed from Rayanco. So Ashraf Saab is here. Mr. Iqbal from Synergy Hitachi, or Mr. Rizwan from Synergy Hitachi. And then it's Yaya Saab again from Bank Alfla. Ms. Amna from NDS Technologies. The next category is lead security partner, and we'd like to call upon Mr. Hafiz from Kaspersky. The next category is silver, and we'd like to call upon Mr. Ariz from Secure Networks. Mr. Haider Wahab from JBS. Assalamualaikum. मैं खुद ही ले
तो जो स्पीकर्स की लिस्ट है ना इसमें डैनी तो नहीं आए थे ना की जगह हबीब अन्ना आएंगे
जी ठीक हाँ उसने मुझे याद है हबीब का नाम Next from National Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Suhail Malik, if he is here, and if he is not, then I'll just move ahead for the award. Sir. Okay, Ms. Madiha Sarem from Habib Metro. If Ms. Madiha is not here, then somebody else from Habib Metro, please. Hassan Jamal from Habib Metro. Then I'd like to call Mr. Saad Alam from Comtel. Saad Alam. Next. And we'll move on to Mr. Farhan from Easy Pesa. Next up, Mr. Jawad or Mr. Zain from Convex Interactive. Convex Interactive, Mr. Jawad or Mr. Zain. Sir, done. Of course, every ceremony has to have a sumptuous lunch. Next categories for organizing the lunch is Axis Group plus Covalent, Mr. Ahad Khan. The next category is for tea organizing is E-Ocean, Asif Jafri, Ahmed Jafri, anybody from E-Ocean. Siptan is here. Okay. Now, जी जी अब सुहेल जवाद साहब की जो शील्ड है ये प्लीज प्रेजेंट कीजिए सुहेल जावेद साहब की जवाद साहब की that's it जी And now we break for tea. And I'd like to also let you know that just to encourage the new folks, the upcoming budding fintechs, we've organized a few fintechs outside. They have their own kiosks. Would you please take time out to visit them as well? From Mr. Hafizur Rahman, Group Manager, Security Consultant Team. Middle East Kaspersky. The topic of his presentation is Beyond the Vault, the critical role of cybersecurity in finance. So he's just gearing up, and once he's done with the gadgetry, we will have him up here on the stage. In the meantime, I'd request the guests who are not in the conference room to please make their way towards the conference room to make sure that you take advantage of whatever Mr. Hafizur Rahman has to share with us today. And now I call on stage Mr. Hafizur Rahman, Group Manager, Security Consultant Team, Middle East, Kaspersky. You're welcome, sir.
All right, while we wait for the slides to pop up, so my name is Hafizur Rahman. I'm the Pre-Sale Group Manager at GCC Levan. I look after many regions, and my voice is still audible, right? Okay, great. So I look after many regions. Pakistan is one of my regions which I directly look after, specific projects, specific accounts that I handle directly. So in my presentation, it was technically designed for 45 minutes, all right? And it had a lot of data, a lot of information, a lot of stuff to be presented. But due to time constraints, we have shrunk down. Is it, you can say, thankfully or unthankfully? It's just 10 slides, maximum 15 minutes you'll be seeing me walking around on the stage. But nevertheless, quite juicy stuff, quite important stuff that every organization has to look at it. Now I got some news headlines here from the Pakistan newspaper. Oh, that's nice. Okay, they're still fixing it. So either way, since we cut short the whole presentation part, I'll be available at the Kaspersky booth. You have seen us there next to the coffee area. We can have any technical, thorough discussions in regards to that. So seems like the coffee was not yummy, right? I don't see many people came back from the coffee. Or the coffee was so strong that it took off, right? All right. So, well, it's good part that my part is not after the lunch. Otherwise, you'll be having a recorded session. You know? All right, gentlemen. So without further ado, I have very limited time. I'll try to keep it short, simple, and easy. So we are seeing the fintech is becoming an integral part of our lives, daily lives. We as humans want everything simple, clean, easy, on fingertips, right? Now, if we compare to the traditional banking, it was full of friction, right? You have too many approval processes to get things done. I have one experience, by the way. So it was very, very frictionful. And it was the main challenge that the people didn't want it to move towards the banking because too many requirements, too many systems, too many things, too many approval processes. And eventually everyone looked the same, right? Okay. So people want easy, frictionless, fast-moving, personalized services, right? This is the whole point of digital banking. You can't make things complicated for non-techie, or you can say non-financial aware users, your consumer market, right? So this is where the fintech tapped into your traditional banking to make it optimized, make it more attractive, appealing to their customers, Now, obviously, when we look at the different aspects, priorities, if we call it, there are three major priorities, we call it, for the banking financial institutions or banking sector, is the customer engagement. Now, the customer engagement means that develop something that is attractive, easy, frictionless, right? You don't want a very complicated banking app appearing to the customer saying that you need to authorize, you need to do this, that, and this. You need to keep it plain and simple for the earlier engagement process with the customer. Then obviously you can't forget or you can't omit the important part of the security, because with the security you will gain the confidence of the customer, right? Because he wants to make sure that wherever he's saving data, who's ever processing my data, is secure. You need to incorporate multi-factor authentication, advanced technologies such as, you call it, advanced geolocation tracking. This is one of the important factors. Like if I'm today here in Pakistan and then suddenly I move to North Korea and do a transaction, that's a behavioral change, right? This is geolocation change. The bank should have certain ways, certain technologies incorporated to detect these kind of anomalies. Then furthermore, once you adopt these technologies, obviously your back-end infrastructure, your back-end system should support these operations, right? Resilient infrastructure doesn't mean that you have 100% availability. Yay, we have 100% availability, that's very good. But the point is the performance also. Imagine someone outside the country accessing your banking system and your whole data center is inside the country. Imagine the outages that we had for the internet, impacting the user experience, right? We need to ensure that the performance is also available and accessible to the users. One of the good examples is the HSBC. What they did, they had the same problem, user experience problem. Their apps were very slow, transactions were very slow, sometimes times out. So what they did, they deployed their data center in UAE. Now all the Middle East or some of the UAE part, most of the UAE region customers connect to this particular data center. Now this is a very good step. I have faced personally some of the bank's issues in Pakistan while doing some transactions, and this is because of, again, non-performing systems. Then we see the challenges. We see the top target industries, government, military, then industrial, financial. Financial is increasing. Now here the point is that cyber criminals' motives are changing. They are not more after the money. They look after the data. Data is more valuable to them, right? Once they have the data, they can manipulate, they can do many things, money laundering, they can do lot of stuff, which will not yield much with the simple financially motivated cyber attack. Back in, if I remember correctly, back in January 2022, when the State Bank of Pakistan introduced the licensing and the framework for digital banks, right? And this is the point, afterwards, there was an increase noticed in the mobile banking, right? 30% increase from 2022 to 2023. 16.1 million users adopted or opted for the mobile banking. So it means that the trend is to moving towards the digital banking and people are liking it, right? But the problem here is that their liking is has a fear at the back. What if my credential leak happened? My data is available in the dark web. My credit card information got leaked. I had a very weird scenario, to be very honest. I had one credit card which I kept it only for specific purpose, and it was inside the cupboard. And you can imagine, it got compromised. I used it only once. And the biggest mistake that I did was I did not block it. So imagine the thing that you have used at least once could get compromised. And imagine the people that use it frequently, what could happen to them. And this is not here. Pakistan ranks 23rd, its position compared to other countries in terms of financial cyber attacks. This statistics comes from our KSN, Kaspersky Security Network, and our Kaspersky research team, which is geographically placed. We are looking at the cyber attacks that are happening in these regions. We know who's getting attacked, what's getting compromised, what's leaked. Now this problem started appearing because when the people started moving towards the mobile banking, they were not aware what to do. It was simply log in, register, and that's all. For them, that was the end of the world. But for the cyber criminal, it was a new era because they were able to deceive the users. Imagine a simple phishing attack, a simple phishing SMS, right? You click on it, you put your bank details, and you're compromised, right? People were not aware. So the more responsibility started transferring towards the banking infrastructure to have some kind of advanced security measures implemented to ensure that such users who lack in such awareness of such attacks should be controlled and contained. So that's a beautiful sign. Banks are growing. Digital adoption is very fast, very rapid. This is very, very nice. It's good. But this is also bringing the bigger attack surface to the bank infrastructure. The more services you have, the bigger the attack surface you have. So cyber criminals will keep barraging your network doors, your everything that they could find about you to get into and steal the data, right? Again, the motives are now changed. Data is more important compared to simply just encrypting and then asking for money to recover it, right? So the bank needs to adopt to an ecosystem approach. It's just not like, okay, I bought this XDR vendor, I bought this SIEM vendor, I got the anti-fraud from here and there and there and there. And at the end, you have everything, but all disconnected, right? You do not have the visibility. Oh, maybe that system doesn't support the integration with that one because it's proprietary protocols, it's proprietary API, we don't want to share the logs and that. Then you have a disconnect happening and you start losing the visibility of whatever you bought, $1 million that you spent on this fancy looking equipment, and it's not fully operational because you were running legacy systems, you're lugging some advanced technologies which does not work with legacy, and the legacy does not understand the advanced technology, right? So we need to look at the banks, the financial institutions, look at the fact that they need to look at the ecosystem. They need to find the right places where the specific technology goes. Don't go with the silos approach. Silo approaches means that you just keep buying it, putting it there and say, yeah, compliance, yes, we have an EDR. Yes, compliance, we have an XDR. Yes, compliance, we have an anti-fraud solution. But is it operational? Is it integrated? Well, you know what? Developers are working on it. Right? Soon we will have the integrations. And then when you go live, you have problems because this doesn't understand that. The second problem comes is the skill capability, the knowledge to operate. All right, I can give you an advanced level EDR solution. Does your organization have a capability to run it? You have analysts, threat hunters to look at the alerts that are generated. Well, you know what, we expect the EDR to take off functions automatically. Well, yes, there are sometimes some activities that are legit to one organization, but for the other, they look suspicious, right? Someone has to validate that. So we first need to look at the idea is that we need to have a technology that auto-prevent most of the massive attacks. Then you stop building things on top of that. Then you start gaining visibility. If you can't do it, for example, you develop a mobile banking app and it doesn't have a feature of device fingerprinting. For example, what happens in UAE is that when I install my bank application on another phone, the application doesn't get deactivated on the other phone. It has to uninstall from the older device and register to the new device, right? That's a big relief. So it means that my credentials can't be just simply used on another mobile phone, right? So this is another step. Then you need to avoid screenshotting function. Remember, when you open a mobile app, you just take a screenshot of transaction. This should be avoided, right? So we need to look at many, many aspects of security before we consider ourselves that we are digitally ready, because cyber criminals are just waiting. They're just waiting for the moment that you will launch a service and they will simply start targeting it. So that's all pretty much from my side. I was exactly on time. Thank you very much. If you need more details, I'll be at the booth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hafiz Rahman.
You're welcome.
Next in line, we have a joint presentation from Mr. Sherbul Sabit, Banking Solution Specialist Company, NCR Atalos, and Mr. Rahil Malik, Vice President, Strategy and Business Development, WaveTech, and they'll be giving us a presentation on driving innovation, next generation self-service solutions. So please join us here on the stage, Mr. Sherbul Sabit and Mr. Rahil Malik.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rahil Malik and I'm VP Strategy at WaveTech. Today's topic is innovation and how the innovation is driving the industry, right? This is a topic which is very close to WaveTech's heart. We have been, very successful in not only creating the solutions around the traditional machines, but we also are in the business of creating our own solutions and machines. WaveTech, which was founded in 1986, is still, the preferred technology company for customer experience solution. The company that was started, in 1986 and we started our business with our queue management solutions. We started with the satellite solutions, and now we are the industry leaders. We have customers in 75 countries who are using our customer experience solutions. My journey started with WaveTech 15 years ago when I did my master's from Johns Hopkins University. I was a little skeptical if I should come back or not. But yes, I was determined to make a difference. So I decided to come back, and Alhamdulillah, WaveTech found me. And not only found me, but empowered me to think big, give me courage. Innovation needs a lot of courage. So WaveTech gave me that opportunity, and a lot of other people like me. WaveTech empowered us to make decisions, to make innovation. We have this production facility at KCIP, where we are actually manufacturing customer experience solutions and self-service kiosk solutions. And of course, we have on rooftop, we also have a futsal court. If anybody, and we have a very good futsal team. If you want to have anybody up for challenge, please reach us out. We can have a futsal game along with the tour. When another example of our innovation is 5 years ago when we started, it deployed the first made in Pakistan CDM, and that was a proud moment for us when we had this machine deployed at Bank Al-Falah. That was our first client, and now we have 500 machines. Initially, हमारे पास ये बहुत बड़ा challenge था. तमाम bankers, हमारे सारे दोस्त हमें ये कहते थे कि it won't work. Alhamdulillah, it worked. इस वक्त हमारी 500 मशीनें, 500 machines deployed all over the Pakistan. Top 5 banks are using these machines. Daily, the network is accepting around 2 billion Pakistani rupees. Alhamdulillah, it's a big success. And these 500 machines is just the first made in Pakistan CDM machine that we did. Now we have exported it. So these are few of our clients who are using our customer experience solutions. And these are few installations. These are, ladies and gentlemen, these are actually made in Pakistan machines that we are exported. This is the CDM. This is on the left side, this is Do machine. Do Telecom have 200 of these machines installed. All of them made in Pakistan. Proud moment for all of us. This machine is deployed in Canada. It's a cash to card machine. We have a collaboration with Blue Jays, who's the Toronto team. Then we are working with Diamond Trust Bank in Kenya. All of these machines, we have machines in Seychelles. These are self-service telco machines. They also offer the mobile financial services. Currently, we are doing a rollout in Caribbean with Digicel. The reason I'm explaining all these installation is that if अगर आज आप जाते हैं बाहर और you found a T-shirt with Made in Pakistan logo, right? वो बहुत proud moment होता है. मैंने वो fail किया जब मैं US में था. But जब आप देखते हैं कि actually आपका दोस्त आपको कहीं से आपकी वो picture खींच के भेजता है जिसके ऊपर WaveTech का logo लगा होता है और वो Emirates में मेलबर्न के किसी क्यू मशीन के ऊपर होता है, तो वो एक बहुत प्राउड मोमेंट होता है हमारे लिए. इसी तरह की एक इनोवेटिव हमने डिसीजन लिया था लास्ट ईयर, पार्टनरशिप विद एनसीआर के साथ हमारी जो पार्टनरशिप है, इट्स नॉट regular reseller partnership. We are innovating solutions with them. We are collaborating with them, and you'll soon get the details from Mr. Sharma. He's smiling because मैंने काफी time ले लिया. Please, Mr. Sharma, come over, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharbil. I'm area sales manager from NCR. I'm really glad of being here with you today to discuss about the future of banking, the future of self-serve and innovation. As you all know, consumers are changing the way they are banking, relying or turning more toward digital and self-serve. To do their to perform their everyday needs. This result a seismic shift on financial institution to deliver frontline service to their customer. With investing more on digital banking and self-serve, customer want different things from branch today. They visit less, they rely more on digital, and they want to do more about advisory service and consultancy, right? So, and the financial institution are having big challenge how to reassess or adapt to the change in the customer behavior. Knowing that still the consumer still want to have access to their cash or to the wider financial service they are having. This result a big challenge to the FI to accommodate to the frontline banking. And what is the challenge to the FI to accommodate to this change in the customer behavior in a most cost-effective way? So how we do strategically solve for this? First, expanding self-serve capabilities through modernized infrastructure. Today, ATM run on a long legacy platform that and only providing basic ATM transaction, cash in or cash out. Utilizing legacy system, you cannot migrate more service to the self-serve channel. You have very limitation in what you are providing to your customer, while majority of FI did many investment in their backend, in the branch transformation, and the core banking, or they are working heavily in the back door on internal IT to deliver more service to the customer across multiple platforms. While today ATM is really isolated with all the investment happening internally. Also, if you moving toward enterprise solution is the key to allow you to migrate more service, to talk in modern technology through API or different technology outside of the legacy of the ATM switch. Migrating more service that you have currently in a branch, from talking directly with core banking, talking directly to third-party service, and migrating more service to your customer, enhancing your UI, user experience, do segmentation, do personalization, and do much more like migrating more branch service as well to your self-serve channel. Moving to our enterprise is the key to allow you to start thinking how I can reutilize my self-serve channel in order to migrate all this service and do and focus more how I can serve my customer in branch, do cross-selling, and migrate all the other service to the self-serve channel. Second challenge is optimization cash to drive operational efficiency. Today, cash, operation of the cash is around 35 to 40% overall cost of an overall ATM channel. The easy way to do it is to reduce the replenishment cycle of the ATM. Now also, recycling is another way and more efficient way to do it, and recycle technology is growing for the past many years in order to help reutilization of the cash and reducing of the replenishment visit to the customer. Even there's multiple technology working about recycling. Technology alone will not allow you, will contribute only in reducing maybe around 50% of your real cost. But you cannot, especially when you introduce recycling to your network, you cannot just run the cash optimization on your spreadsheet. This is why having a cash management or cash forecasting solution is a key factor to help you optimize and manage your ATM, especially recycling, where if we are talking about 50% reduction by introducing recycling to your network, you can add a 20% up more saving when you combine it with a cash management forecasting or cash optimization. Knowing in the market, currently there's multiple cash management solution running and can support also recycling. NCR cash management solution is designed for cash recycling. But again, having the right technology or having the right solution is not enough to deploy recycler successfully. And based on our experience globally and in the region, majority of customers fail, majority of customers succeed. And this is where we can play an important role when you engage us, where we have a specific program called Recycling Optimization Excellence Program, where we can sit down with you and help you how you can implement the full recycling successfully. Not only providing consultants, but reading your data, understanding your network, your customer behavior, location of the ATM, and which location can fit for recycle, which location can fit not for recycle, and this can be vary from bank to bank depending on your customer base plus the transaction data that will work. Third party having the right physical presence is key. Definitely today there's wider technology available in the market from NCR, from others. There's multiple technology, new technology. Each day you can find a new model being introduced. Having variety of your technology is the key in order to capture or to provide the digital first experience for your customer in different way. One example I just wanted only for a market like Pakistan, where you can find the majority of deployment currently is cash dispenser, where you can, when you have forecasted and you have especially multiple locations, especially a remote location and how crowded the branch, the optimization cache of ATM availability is being impacted, where it's very cost effective for a bank to revisit, replenish, make it available and service. One technology is all available from long time. And I still did not believe for the market in Pakistan can provide some leverage to the financial institution to optimize the availability, to optimize the cost and serve more customer, where we call it dual dispenser technology, where it's available in multiple deployment, even lobby or through the wall or drive up. And this is one of the things we believe, and we believe in certain market, how powerful can be in some location to help financial institution to migrate service or optimize the cost. The first one is an evolving branch strategy. And this is one of the things, hot topic we can see a lot of financial institutions saying about how I can optimize the branch, what kind of service I can migrate, what technology can allow me to migrate service, how I can go fully digital branch or hybrid mode, or can I migrate all my service to self-service channel and focus more about the cross-selling in branch? Shall I close down a branch and focus more about digital or digital bank only? Technology today is not an obstacle, because definitely each bank strategy differ from the other, because when you look about what the things you can migrate, what's your strategy for the branch, what's your strategy about your branch, you need to look about what is the key challenge you have, what's the key transaction you need to migrate, what the things you are focusing, what your roadmap for the future, how I want to transform my model, I can make it hybrid or I can make it focus more about technology. Today, technology support all the things that you want to migrate currently today in the branch. And it's not obstacle. There's dedicated kiosk or dedicated ITM where you can migrate 99% whatever transaction you can do today on your branch, from account opening, QIC, card issuance, statement, or whatever service you call it. Or another way, what we are doing as well is not like for some banks that they have key challenge about specific service in one branch or other branch or key service. Adding any existing third-party hardware to sit next to the existing ATM is possible today because we have the right platform running and we are doing it. And we saw a lot of deployment happening where customer already paying rent for ATM, already paying service, already have the customer. He doesn't need to remodel his branch or re-add more things. He have key service he want to move out from branch to the self-serve. This is where we can add any existing attachment to any existing ATM and utilizing our third part or our enterprise multi-vendor software, we can run any hardware device and provide you extra service of currently what you are doing today in branch. Another things we are doing, and something this is specifically to Pakistan, and this is, as you know, last year we signed a partnership with WaveTech to be our partner also in the market. And one of the idea or why we signed WaveTech, not only to extend our reachable in the market, in order also how we can do more innovative solution with WaveTech in the market. And this is where you will start seeing today, and we are presenting today, where we are certifying WaveTech deposit machine, even a sidecar or the standalone, to run next to any existing ATM. And anyone visiting our booth, you can see it live. I see it working. And because our software capability allow you to do this, it's very easy to integrate any third party, any vendor, any device, and run it as part of your network. So the third thing is how we can do fulfillment is through innovation. And this is something we start doing in the region, where we can start now seeing in-branch AI integrated with 3D hologram. We can see AI avatar on your self-serve channel doing some service. We can see also AI volumetric digital assistant on omni-channel running on multiple platforms, ATM, digital or online. All this technology, and this is what we'll cover today, is already live and already working on it. Just to show some of the case study we are doing. Recently, we worked on very unique project with the Ministry of Exterior in UAE, where we released the first iConsulate in Dubai, and now we start expanding when we launch the second site in South Korea, and this is where we'll go in all consulate or embassy of UAE in the world. All this done by utilizing our technology, integrating with third-party technology, providing a humanless experience to anyone who want to do any embassy service or consulate service. And this is where we are taking this, whatever experience we are doing with banks, the same technology, we are taking it to other sector. Another example where about the transformations, the branch with digital first technology is Kuwait Finance House in Kuwait. When by shifting transaction to the self-serve channel, and mainly the issues that, or the challenge that KFH has was the courier charge of the card. By implementing card issuance, we managed to help them to save more than 4.6 million per year by introducing card issuance on self-serve, pre-staging on mobile, account opening, and migrating all the service to the self-serve channel. Another example about the cross-sector is Dubai Police, where we introduced the first smart police station in the world. By the way, Dubai Police backend is a bank. We are utilizing the backend of the bank. We are utilizing our platform running in the bank. When you are visiting Dubai Police, you are seeing totally different flow. All up to 99 police service you can do without any interaction with any physical police officer. It's all done even self-serve or assisted. The last example is Mashreq Bank in UAE. Mashreq Bank is very good example about bank being profitable, have all the service and solution to integrate, to migrate all this service to self-serve channel, managed to close down in 2016, 17 to be 90 branch to be now 17 branch only, relying more about paperless, everything as a paper or everything as a note or as a service done on the self-serve channel, and still managing to be more profitable and higher acquisition rate. Because we are talking about migration and innovation and future of banking, how we can overcome all these channels while also helping you in providing innovative design service. Today, we have the capability to help you to move your current today branch to be more, having more service available to your customer, the latest technology available, migrating majority of your service currently you do in branch, help you to do more innovation, cross-selling, optimization of your costs. In addition of that, do the design service to bring for you the branch of the future, where some of these designs are easily movable from one side to the other. Thank you. Definitely, we are glad to be here again today, and thank you so much for the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, we have a very exciting panel discussion on cashless Pakistan and challenges in reducing cash. We'll take a little while to set up the props, and then we'll invite the guests. This session will be moderated and conducted by Mr. Shahzad Ishaq, who's the Group Head Digital Banking and Chief Digital Officer of MCB, who I will invite on the stage a little while from now, and he will invite the guests, the participants of the panel discussion. Please help me welcome Mr. Shahzad Ishaq on the stage. Sir.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Kya haal hai aap sabka? I hope you're doing okay. Imran, I know from college days, birds of feather flock together. So thank you, Imran. While this setup is being done, I thought I should introduce you to our esteemed panelists. We've got an exciting session today on cashless Pakistan. So we've heard a lot from, in this morning, from Suhail Jawad Saab, discussed from State Bank point of view and the data that he shared. Then we heard Yahya Khan from Bank Al-Falah, and we heard other speakers. So we'll talk about what are the actually challenges and what to do about them. So let me introduce is a rich panel, and I'm both challenged and excited. Challenged because it's towering personalities around, and excited because we are going to ask them some interesting questions. Parcha pehle se bahar ho chuka hai, so they know what they will be asked, but that's all right. I'll make it interesting for everyone. So panelists, I'll just invite you over in a few minutes, but let me introduce all of you. Qazi Shoaib Saab, he's the Director of Digital Financial Services, Payment Systems, Policy and Oversight. Just a while back, I was talking to him. He's got diverse experience in development finance and other areas within State Bank, and he's super excited about the digital financial transformation that's going on. But he says it's a lot of work. So, sir, it's a lot of work inside the banks as well. So we are going to have him in a while. We have Suhail Malik. Suhail is sitting here. I've shared platform with him earlier. He's one of the digital leaders, runs National Bank of Pakistan's digital program. He's the Chief Digital Officer there. He is a celebrated digital leader. I know he talked about process automation and robotics and other things in another seminar. So, Suhail, I'm going to invite you shortly in a while. We have Aminur Rahman. He's the Chief Digital Officer of Faisal Bank, Faisal Islami. Amin himself has been a thought leader on digital and a very, very respected and revered industry colleague. He is a graduate of Institute of Business Administration, and for last many, many years, he's at the cutting edge of digital. So, Amin, we'll have you over in a short while. I hope you are just around. I can't see you actually, but I hope you are. So then we have Ehsan Jamal. So Ehsan is Habib Metro Bank's head of digital financial services. And he himself is a thought leader and accomplished transformation and innovation expert. So we are going to have him in a while. Raheel Malik, you just heard, WaveTech VP for Strategy and Business Development, graduate of Johns Hopkins University. So he's going to join us. And then we have Farhan Hassan from Telenor Microfinance Bank, Easy Pesa. Farhan is another digital leader, extensive experience across Asia and Europe in financial services. So we are going to have him, and I'm sure he's going to tell us a lot of interesting things. Very, very importantly, from HBL, the leading bank, we have Amir Hamid, head of branchless banking. So Amir has unique skills and capabilities, seen both sides of banking, the microfinance and the branchless banking, as well as the core financial banking side. So he's also with us. It would be very exciting to listen to him. And as soon as we are ready, we are going to have them over. Meanwhile, we heard some stories of success elsewhere. Humayun talked about Brazil. Humayun talked about Indonesia, how those markets have transformed. And he also talked about the neighboring market, where there has been staggering adoption of what they call UPI, United Payments Interface, developed by the National Payments Corporation under the watch of the Indian Central Bank and government. So there is a success story. In Pakistan, the adoption is also pretty interesting. I just looked at some data recently. The pace of growth between 2018 to 2023 has been 924% increase in adoption of digital transactions. So Suhail Saab showed those numbers. But imagine that in the neighboring country last year, there were $2.2 trillion worth of transactions digitally online. So they started their journey in 2016, and in 8 years, they've covered significant ground. And there have been some principles. So we are actively working with the government of Pakistan, the Central Bank of Pakistan, on, we discussed the micropayment gateway RAST. So I also saw this interesting article recently in Prophet Magazine that can RAST do for Pakistan what UPI did for the neighboring countries. So I think we are at a very, very interesting time. RAST, peer to merchant, person to merchant, is about to kick off in a big way through QR and others. So let's hear our esteemed panelists. So may I invite Qazi Saab, if we can have you, Qazi Shoaib Saab from State Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm welcome as they... Suhail Malik, please join us. Aminur Rahman, please. So Amin is a little understated, sitting right at the back, although he's one of the business leaders. Raheel Malik, please join us. Farhan, saw you earlier in the day. You received an award for TMB. Amir Hamid, please join us. Haris Wahid, can we have you over? Haris. Okay, thank you. He's not coming. So Haris, I've just been informed, might not be able to make it. So, yeah. Thank you. Leo, okay. So without any further ado, I think we'll get into the discussion. So Qazi Saab, why don't we begin from you? And yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sirs, I think one of the, and of course ladies sitting here, one of the main challenges on adoption of cashless digital payments is actually the masses knowing about that they exist and that they can be used, the awareness and education about these services. And, you know, the more population knows it, the more implementable they will be and more scalable will they be. So what do you think needs to be done to increase the awareness and education of our masses for them to be able to use these services?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First, thank you so much for the introduction, Shahzad Saab. And I would like to also thank Faisal Saab for inviting State Bank to this prestigious event and to this panel discussion. I think you're very right that public awareness is quite critical, not only in terms of increasing the adoption of digital payments, but also in building the customer's trust in the digital payments. So for us at State Bank, digital literacy or financial literacy is one of the strategic areas where we take part, and I will come to that. Our goal is that to give knowledge to the public on how to use these digital payment interfaces with confidence and ease. So that is basically our priority. That is the purpose behind our initiative. State Bank, most of you know that State Bank is the regulator, but beside regulator, State Bank is also an enabler for the digital financial services or for financial inclusion. Our couple of initiatives relating to the digital literacy, one is the National Financial Literacy Program, which has been in operation since 2017. So under this program, State Bank, in collaboration with banks, fintechs, and social organization, has gone into every district of Pakistan for last 6-7 years. Under this program, more than 1.6 million beneficiaries have been trained on the financial literacy. More than 60% of these beneficiaries were women, and their accounts were opened on Asan digital accounts and Asan mobile account, which means that around 1.6 million beneficiaries, largely comprising of women, were through this digital onboarding experience. So that was one effort, on the ground effort, which consumed a lot of investment of State Bank and of banks. So that was one initiative. The other is our subsidiary NIBAF, which has been also running a financial literacy program for the last 5 years and focusing on youth and school-going children. So that program is also quite significant in the sense that it's a grassroots level program, and it also has e-learning framework. It has a mobile app with the name of POM Pack, and more than 1 million kids have registered on that app. State Bank is also collaborating with the industry like Karandas, Meta. They are also having their own public awareness programs for improving awareness on the prevention of the frauds. So this is one area where State Bank is partnering with these institutions. And you mentioned about the RAST. The RAST is the most critical payment acceptance infrastructure for the industry. So State Bank has been putting a lot of investment for last 3 years into promoting the awareness about RAST use cases of P2P and P2M. And we have lined up investment for next 3 years for promoting this area. This is a critical area where we see a lot of acceptance, as you also mentioned. Lastly, I will mention, if you allow me, lastly I would mention that on the request of the government, State Bank, in collaboration with the industry, have compiled a set of recommendations for the government of Pakistan, and you mentioned what we need to do. So one of the top recommendations in this set is that government should come forward and take lead in the National Financial Literacy Program within unified logo. So I think if that is materialized, so that will give a big boost to the literacy efforts.
Sir, very well said. clearly, State Bank of Pakistan as an institution is playing a very vital role, not just in popularizing and making digital financial services accessible and usable, but also about educating and making people aware about it. But broader industry and collaboration is required. So, Sohail, why don't we come to you now? And from National Bank as nation's bank, big bank, from your vantage point, what do you think needs to be done to educate the masses and make them more aware of some of these services to include to increase financial inclusion and reach the underbanked segment of the population?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for this good session. I think as Khalsa mentioned, Pakistan is really doing well in terms of financial inclusion. I remember back days when Easy Paisa and MCB first got the digital banking, branchless banking license, and that was started back in 2009. Looking at those days and now, there is a big difference. Like today, if you look at the market, there are some certain shops which are actually gone virtual with the blessing or maybe because of the COVID situation. There are so many things went very virtual, like the plumbing shops. If you see, there is a number written on the walls, plumber, and then there is phone number. That's it. There is no shop. So you just call him. He comes to your house or your office, do their work, and get payments digitally. I'll give credit to Easy Paisa and JazzCash. They really work hard into the masses. Now everybody has a wallet. Numbers crossed to the conventional bank accounts. I believe 180, 150 or 160 million wallets across Pakistan. Recognition is there, usage is there. However, there was, you can say, fear of losing payments. But by the blessing of State Bank, this Circular 4 really doing magics. Now every bank is working very hard on making payments secure, like including National Bank of Pakistan. We made sure that nobody is losing their money while using it digitally. I don't know any bank is left behind on this front. So that started developing beliefs and trust of people onto digital channels, and people really started using, and that is visible in the recent State Bank numbers, that mobile app and internet banking transactions crossed really, they're doing really magic. I think there is a need of doing some kind of awareness or some kind of attraction at the retailer end. Like, in Punjab, they started in last budget that if you pay through debit card, you will get charged 5% of the sales tax, but if you pay through cash, you'll be charged at 16%. That's doing really magics in Punjab. Everybody wants to pay through a debit card on restaurant because that's saving them 11% straightforward. Then came in Sindh. They also offered the same kind of relaxation, that on cash it's 18% and on card it's 8%. So I think these kind of initiatives by the government and by banks itself, especially the acquiring banks, where the POS machine is actually put it, where the retailer are actually offering online, there should be some kind of message, some kind of attraction for customers, that if you pay through the debit card or through mobile app or internet banking, you will get something extra, some kind of discount. I think that will serve the purpose. Otherwise, the adoption of digital channels is already there. People started using it. Confidence is being built. Now people believe that their money is safer digitally instead of having cash in pocket or cash in the pillows or cupboards. I think that's already there.
Thank you, Sohail. So, Amin, what's your take on awareness and education?
Thank you. Very interesting question and a very pertinent one indeed. So if you look at any new technology, Shahzad, or any new solution for that matter, So for anything to become viral, you'd agree it has to be intuitive, it has to be simple, it has to be easy to understand and adopt the adoption part of it. So likewise, I mean, like I refer to a different example that when smartphones were introduced or launched globally, so nobody had to create that awareness program, nobody had to go around teaching people how to use a smartphone. They became viral. The same case in digital payments, I mean, if you relate to the audience, the people that we're trying to connect with, whether we talk about the primary city customers or let's say we're talking about the secondary cities, etc., outskirt markets. So the example which Suhail had also given about the wallets became viral, over 100 million, etc., whatever the percentage of active wallets, they became viral only because we were able to crack the use case. So even today when we speak about the use cases for digital payments, whether they be card present, whether they be online payments or digital payments to the app, or we're talking about faster payments. You spoke about UPI in your earliest conversation. You spoke about faster payments, which is RAS in our context. So if you're able to crack that use case, there's nothing stopping us from creating that tipping point from, creating that cash is king, that misnomer should be, become digital would be king then. So I think it's about cracking those use cases, figuring out together how can we relate that problem to the real audience on the ground.
Okay, thanks. Well said. So Farhan, you and Amir, I'm going to come to you. Farhan, you first. So they're stakeholders on this cashless journey. They are financial institutions, they are microfinance banks, there are fintechs, there are startups, there's a regulator, one of them is sitting with us, other regulators, and then government. So what exactly do you think that they all need to do together to make this society a cashless one? Sweden being a case in point where the government declared that no more cash payments. But what do you think? What do we need to do collectively?
Right. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So we have talked about this cash in circulation in the morning session as well, and some approximates are telling us that it's somewhere around 9 to 10 trillion.
9.3 trillion was
9.3 trillion, exactly. So that's huge number with the context of a country like Pakistan. And the ramifications and the implementation, the impact of such a high cash in circulation in an economy like Pakistan, it has huge effects. So overall, if I look at it, so generally, we have to see internationally in terms of how things have moved over time, and Scandinavian countries, case in point, that how they have established that, and naturally the push from the government was there. Then we have the Indian model in front of us with UPI, and we have also implemented RAST as well, and all those payments coming through QR. We saw earlier in Africa through M-Pesa that how they have leveraged the telecom infrastructure, having the feature phones and enabling payments on the USSD channel. So if you look at the journey, we are pretty much covering almost all those areas. So we started off as payment over the counter kind of a service. When EasyPaisa was launched, it was primarily USSD based, but as the smartphone penetration grew in Pakistan, we moved towards our mobile app. Secondly, the infrastructure point of view, things are pretty much in place. So we have RAST payment rails available. Suhail Saab already showed some really encouraging numbers when it comes to RAST uptake overall. Again, so it's and the regulatory and the security standpoint, we have now DRBs coming up very soon, so that that security and safety concern associated with mobile wallets, that will also be addressed to a greater extent with the digital banks coming in. So all in all, as I see it, all the key ingredients are there. It's a matter of time that things will pick up, and there will be a tipping point for all of us. Just to give you some perspective, just last year, one player, EasyPaisa alone, processed about 2.1 billion digital transactions amounting to about 7 trillion rupees, which is roughly about by what 6 to 7% of Pakistan's GDP. Adding JazzCash into the folds and other banks into the fold, so it's already going and increasing every day, and with right kind of incentives, as we have seen in the case of Punjab, if the incentives are extended not just to card payments but also on the QR payments, that can really accelerate the overall momentum in terms of acquiring these new tools and new ways of doing payments at retail. Because like from the digital payments standpoint, a lot of transactions are already being digitized when it comes to airtime, when it comes to money transfer. So people are aware that there are multiple ways to pay digitally for these. But when it comes to retail, that is where the next disruption has to come in, that how we can digitize the retail payments. I mean, that is the biggest portion. Even in our daily lives, I mean, we make a lot of cash payments over the day. So that is where we need to come forward as a whole, and then again right kind of incentives from the government, and then the infrastructure which is already there, and the customer awareness about this. Because in many of our researches, when we ask customers that why do they not prefer to put cash in their wallets or in their bank accounts, cash comes with a perceived value of security, right? That tangibility that comes with having a cash. And in a country like Pakistan, where at times there are environmental challenges, at times there are political instability, in all these scenarios people revert to cash in hand being their security, right? So that is something that we need to collectively address in terms of creating that kind of awareness. And I mean, as I see it, with the e-commerce numbers growing up, with the digital payments number growing up, I still I'm very positive that this trend will change for good.
Right. Thank you. So, Amir, what do we do to increase the masses' accessibility to all these digital payments? As an extension of the same question that I asked Farhan.
Ji, thank you very much. I think I agree with what all the panelists have said. We now have the building blocks in place for that revolution that we're talking about, that digital payment revolution that we're talking about. And when I say building blocks, it's the multitude of players that we have in the market, including fintechs, including banks like players like JazzCash, EasyPaisa, even commercial banks. They are really ramping up. They are issuing, acquiring all those services, and it's evident from the fact that the numbers that we are seeing, if you look at the last 5-year numbers, we are seeing an increase of around 30% year-on-year growth on those digital transactions. A lot of this, the credit, I think, is I would give to State Bank as well, because State Bank has been very progressive in this area. Look at RAST, and besides RAST, the new regulations that came in for digital account opening, digital merchant onboarding. So now it's very much possible for a person sitting in a rural area to go to any website of a bank or to download a bank's app, create a digital account, create a self onboard himself as a merchant, engage or have a QR on the app, have it printed and pasted on the wall. So it has two advantages, I would say. One advantage is with the merchant, that now he doesn't have to deal with any bank employee, and it's a very convenient process. The second is that now this process had reduced the cost of the banks quite considerably. So now we don't have to send a person to that shopkeeper to sign him up for the account. Now we don't have to go and deploy a $400 hardware POS machine for a card. Right. So costs have really gone down. And now it's up to the FIs to pass on this cost breakage that has come because of these interventions, pass this on to the merchant, maybe bring down our MDRs, maybe bring down the fees that we charge to our customers, and I think that's going to be very exciting as we move along.
Have talked about it. So
Yeah. But if I look forward, I think there are three things I think that we need to focus on. One is we need to understand that financial inclusion, digital financial inclusion is the way forward. But for that, the basic thing is access to internet. Now, our broadband penetration numbers, I'm talking about fixed broadband penetration, is very low, even if we compare ourselves with the neighbors or with the advanced markets. So today, our broadband penetration is at around 1.33% per 100 users. If we compare this to advanced countries, this is USA, UK, Germany, Canada, and all those countries, that broadband penetration is more than 50%. Then the cost that our customers are incurring by using either the broadband which is fixed or the broadband which the mobile telecom operators provide. Now, if we just compare the cost with what the Pakistani consumer is incurring with what an Indian consumer is incurring, so it's double. And when I say double, for the same package, an Indian consumer would pay $7 for a fixed broadband, a Pakistani consumer would pay $18 for that broadband. For a 4G broadband access, an Indian consumer will pay around $8. Pakistani consumer would pay $20 for the same 4G services. And that's the feedback that we get from customers, that when a customer is going around on the streets, he has his mobile data switched off because it's so very expensive, and he waits for the Wi-Fi to come in to do digital payments. So I think that is one area that we need to focus on as we go along. Second area I would say, and a few of my panelists touch upon it, is the need of developing use cases. So today, digital payment is not a need. Digital payment is not a necessity. ATMs, cash is everywhere. People can go withdraw cash from the ATM, give the cash to the merchant and move on. But I think there are 3 success stories within these use cases in the Pakistani market. One is utility bill payments.
Right.
Now those of you who are with the banking industry since the last little bit of longer time, they would remember that only 15 years ago, 10-15 years ago, there used to be lines outside, long queues outside banks, people, queuing up to pay their utility bills, gas bills, electricity bills, so on and so forth. And State Bank used to write us letters asking us to, provide shade and provide,
shelter.
So all that is gone now. And I can tell you about HBL. So our mobile app now processes more bill payments than all the bills collected combined in all our branches. So that's a success story. I think we need to replicate that. 2 other success stories that I would like to share is our e-commerce play. So look at Careem, look at Food Panda. When these companies started their operations, most of their orders were cash on delivery.
Right.
Now when you talk to our colleagues over there in those companies, now more than 70% of those payments have shifted to digital. So that means that if you give a customer a real need, he will convert to digital. Financial literacy, of course, is going to play a key role. We need to create financial literacy amongst the masses, how they can use a bank account, how they can use a bank account for their saving needs, for their interest needs, and so on and so forth. So I think we have covered a lot of ground, but still some work needs to be done.
Thank you for your perspective. Esan, we'll come to you. So cash is the king, right? We've heard this phrase through the day quite a few times. Or audience would tell, I'll switch briefly to Urdu, कि रुपया पैसा जो है वो हमारे हाथ की मैल है. So we like using cash, so right? So what do you think are the unique cultural and social behaviors which are challenging adoption to this digital payments or electronic payments change, and what can we do about it?
So thank you, Shadad, for this question. So Ahmed mentioned what was happening 15 years ago, and that reminded me that 15 years ago I participated in a panel discussion, and a similar question was asked. Now today, digital payments have increased 10 times, but answer is still the same. Cash is the king. And today, I think a better approach was that earlier we used to talk about cashless economy, but we have understood that instead of talking about cashless, we should be talking about less cash. Now, So we are all digital financial services practitioners, and I try to use as less cash as possible in my day-to-day spending to fundamentally understand that what are the barriers where there is a bottleneck. And I'm sure all of you also do the same. And one of the key challenges that despite being overbanked, we are exposed to all kind of digital payment instruments like debit card, credit card, mobile apps, wallets. So we are the overbanked segment of the population, but still a significant portion of my monthly payment goes to cash. Now, where is it going? And when I say it, the most of the cash that I'm paying is to domestic staff and household support. Now, as some of the panelists mentioned, that there are a lot of wallets. There are like more than 60 million wallets in the country. They do have their mobile wallet, so they are kind of banked, but they still prefer cash. And one of the reasons, well, there are a lot of reasons, and we have been talking about since morning about those, but one of the key reasons is that there are merchant points where they will be using that money, and those merchant points are not accepting these payments. Now, this particular segment, we can say that bottom of the pyramid, they don't have sufficient digital payment points where they can take the wallet and make their payments. So why those merchants are not accepting digital payments? Because today's payment acceptance solutions are too fancy and expensive for this particular segment. And they don't feel comfortable accepting those as a part of their day-to-day business. And hence the last mile of the digital payment value chain, that is broken. We have connected all the necessary component in that value chain, but this fundamental, the small scale merchant or retailer, that is not being digitized. Now, what to do about it? I think the solution is simple: to have a simple, cost-effective payment acceptance mechanism, for which I believe RAS P2M would be a game changer. And we'll have to see. I think it can spread to masses, but there would be a fundamental challenge. That would be distribution, because we are not talking about few thousand merchants. We are talking about millions of merchants. At least 1 million new merchants needs to be added to capture this particular segment. And I think financial institution alone cannot manage that distribution, and role of third-party service provider and merchant service provider would be very essential in this particular area.
Well, thank you very much. We just have a handful of minutes left. Amir, your 1 minute take on this.
So I think if we just take a step back and try to understand that why are we pushing for digital financial inclusion? Why are we pushing for digital payments? What's in it for the consumer? What's in it for the FIs? What's in it for the country? I would say. So two examples I would like to give, and very similar markets like ours. I think somebody talked about Indonesian market and what happened there.
Amayo did, yeah.
Yeah. So I missed that part. But Indonesia and Brazil, very similar markets. People, huge populations, but studies coming from those markets tell us that digital financial inclusion has an impact of around 10 to 18% on the country's GDP. Yeah. So now if you look at Pakistan's GDP is around $350 billion. If we are able to do it right, and even if I take a lower number, which is 10% of the opportunity, so we are talking about $40 billion coming into the Pakistan GDP in the next 8 to 10 years if we do it right. Now, what happened in Indonesia? Yeah, and I'll just take 30 seconds. And I've been going to Indonesia since the last, again, 15-20 years. Traveled all across, been to Jakarta, Yogyakarta, Sulawesi, and Bali and everywhere. So when I used to go there 15 years earlier, I used to land in Bali and go out of the airport. There were people standing there with placards and telling which hotel should I go to. They were advertising their hotels, and we used to select hotels when we go out of the airport, and then look at the pictures and then go to the hotel. But now, 10 years down the line, now I go to Booking.com. Now I go to Agoda. Now every hotel in Indonesia, because tourism is a big sector in Indonesia, every hotel in Indonesia now is on either Booking.com or online. Now, what it does is that as the tourism sector expands, if the hotel now wants to expand its business, now he can take that data, because that data is available, can go to a bank, ask him for credit. And before that couldn't have happened. So I think if these kind of use cases, we will have to work sector by sector here. If we decipher Pakistan's GDP, so 23% comes from agri sector, another 20% comes from the retail sector, another 18% comes from the small scale manufacturers. So what are we doing to digitize all these sectors, and what opportunity can Pakistan get, to increase our GDP from these sectors? So I think that work
segment
needs
by
to be done.
segment it is.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. That's useful. Qazi Saab, I come back to you. So we know that our formal economy and our informal economy are of almost the same size. So that's actually not good for the country, because digital payments as a tool are a must to drive the informal economy. So I just want to ask you that how the policy making at regulatory level, government level, and the participants improve upon the size of the formal economy versus the shadow or the gray economy.
So our informal economy, as we all know, that is largely comprising of micro and small enterprises. In terms of digital financial services, without doubt, we are much behind in terms of onboarding of these merchants on the platform. So I would start by mentioning the success that this industry has achieved in the last 5-6 years. So in terms of customer onboarding, in 2018 we used to be 16% of account opening out of total adult population. If you see the unique accounts in the system.
Right.
So now this number is 64%. So starting from 16% to 64%, I think this is a big progress in the customer acquisition. All credit goes to the industry and to the product like Asan digital accounts and mobile accounts and fintech wallets. So the same kind of success, we at State Bank expect from the industry next 1 to 2 years on the merchant onboarding. With P2M RAST in place and with the evolving energy of the banks and fintechs on the RAST P2M, so we expect that next year when we meet here, the number of merchants will be double. Right now it's around 500,000 plus, which we achieved in last so many years. But we are expecting that this number will be double by the next year. Similarly, the number of monthly transaction on the merchant side, we are also expecting that it's now right now 70 million merchant transactions, both online and in-store payments. So that number is also going to be doubled in the 1 year. So the message or the expectation from State Bank side is that now now all the banks have to come to the merchant acquiring business. So it should not be left to 5-7 banks. So if we have to expand in a big way on the RAST P2M, it is encouraging that already 12 banks have already onboarded on the RAST P2M, which shows the intention of the industry going forward. Similarly, I think one positive factor is that government is quite keen on the automation of the processes of small merchants and digitization of their payments. So with that support available, I think that is now the right time for the industry to really gear up for merchant onboarding.
Right. Thank you very much. So, Sohail, your 1 minute take on this one.
Yeah, this reminds me 2-3 incidents. Back in 2013, I believe, there was a fire incident in Shala Market, Lahore.
Right.
There was billions of rupees losses. And government announced that we'll pay to every shopkeeper as per the last year tax submission. That's a real problem of Pakistan.
And then government didn't have to pay anything.
Yeah, exactly. Because nobody was paying taxes.
Okay.
In last weekend, I was in mobile market in Karachi. And I saw around hundreds of thousands of shops trading in mobiles and drone cameras and everything, and nobody had a POS.
Right.
So that shows quantum of informal economy. But as I said earlier, there should be a discount factor. There should be some kind of special treatment for people paying digitally. That's the only solution for this kind of activities. Like, if I'm traveling on motorway, if I'm a taxpayer and I'm a non-taxpayer, we are being treated on the same behavior. Why somebody would like to have a taxpayer? Other than that, that government is announcing there'll be no non-filer. But I think there is a need for policy makers to create a difference between the digital payments and a cash payment. Like in Karachi, Sindh government announced 8% for POS machines, but top 35 restaurants took special approval from the government of Sindh that we'll keep charging 18% because we don't want to bifurcate between the cash and...
Right.
So that's the real problem.
So, so we've also heard the government officials say, the finance minister and others, that in a year's time, there would be no such term as a non-filer. So they are pretty much keen to drive the whole notion and bring everybody into the fold through digitization. So, Amin, why don't we take your quick take on this issue of trust? And, the banks have all gone through cycles of fraudulent issues, and then State Bank, April 2023, has issued a very vital circular which is being very rigorously tracked and implemented. So what do we do about people trusting the banks that, the digital transactions are safe and secure and they can just trust them?
Very relevant question, Shazad, because since you also bang in the middle of the entire digital banking disruption 2.0 in Pakistan. So one of the biggest apprehensions of a normal average user out there in Pakistan is the security factor.
Yeah.
People don't trust that P2P transfer, that if you transfer from bank A to B, that if it's going to reach real time or not, if the transfer is going to happen, or if the transaction is going to go through, or online payments we talk about, COD is still the king, because the look and feel part of it is one thing, and the second part of it is the transaction actually making through to the merchant. So if you don't like something, so the refund process, if you buy something through a credit card or a debit card, the refund process might take about 15-20 days. So in Pakistan, in short, if we nail it down in terms of the solution, we need solutions like escrow payments.
Right.
And payment will only be credited to the merchant once you click, or once you, let's say, give the acceptance that I'm okay with the merchandise that has been delivered to me. So trust factor is also largely dependent on the solution which is available in the economy. That's one part of it. The second part of it, like you very rightly mentioned, that the regulator has been working towards the PSD4 circular, which is the most talked about in the banking industry in the digital sector. So I think going forward, that layering in terms of creating confidence level, making sure that solutions are available in terms of removing that trust deficit, and coming up with solutions like escrow payments will definitely make a difference.
Right. So Raheel, thank you for your patience. I'll club two questions for you. One is that what do you think, out of your international expertise, needs to be done on the security? And if you can talk to us about any best practice that you've observed anywhere.
So I think that since already time is up, I'll just quickly wrap up.
This is the final question, and thank you for your patience, but take your time.
Right. So I think the identity security, which is a very hot topic right now in the industry, and there are a lot of vendors out there who are talking about the identity security. It should be part of banks' InfoSec policy, and it's a whole topic. I just want to discuss few points. We have to use it in such a way that we should not, that the InfoSec policy has to be designed in such a way that, the traditional, date of birth and email system, that should be avoided, and there has to be something that which is unique. Like, for example, in Pakistan's case, I think Nadra we are lucky to have a system like Nadra,
story,
right? And a lot of so-called developed countries don't have such system. I'll give you an example that when we were doing this whole CDM thing, we had this problem that previously all the deposit machines
only used to work on the card-based thing, and we actually liberalized the whole thing, and we said that instead of you using the card, why don't you use the Nadra, right? And that allows the whole Pakistan to do the transaction on that network, on that machine. So Nadra can do wonders, right? The other thing that I would like to add is that while doing security, we always forget the user experience, right? So user experience has to be always...
It has to be a combination of both,
right?
yeah?
You have to find a balance, right?
Right, balance.
And the third thing is a lot of education and awareness on a basic level on the people who want to be inclusive, right? So, for example, in abroad, they teach in schools that these websites or these kind of messages, or you get a call like आपका जैस कंपनी से बात कर रहा हूँ 5 लाख का इनाम निकला है, तो it's a fake call, right? अपनी information उसको नहीं देनी, you should not give that information. So that starts from schools, right? हमें ना सिर्फ schools, we have to do that in masses, right? हमें ये अपने bankers even और users और उन सबको बताना होगा कि वो basic आदमी वो जो रशिया में बैठा हुआ आपको कह रहा है कि आपको ये जॉब ऑफर कर रहा हूँ मैं, वो जॉब ऑफर नहीं कर रहा, वो आपका सिस्टम हैक करने वाला है, right? So yeah, that's
right.
Few things from
So the time is up. Thank you very much for a patient listening. I'm really, really thankful to this distinguished panel. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and I'm sure you guys would be available to respond to any questions that the audience might have. And the audience has been extremely patient and kind with us. Thank you, everyone.
Let these props settle and then we will resume. इसके शहजाद आपकी I'll bring them to you. I'll bring them to you. Thank you very much, Shahzad Saab, for a brilliant moderation session, and the panelists. Thank you very much to the panelists as well for their enlightening, sharing their experiences with us and enlightening input. Now I'd like to call upon stage for a presentation Mr. Osama Awad, who's the area manager of Diebold Nixdorf. He will be presenting making a presentation on Transformation 2.0. Mr. Osama Awad.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. I was expecting a good round of applause, by the way. So, no, higher. Can I do it higher? All right. So everybody, I think the afternoon channels are always challenging, especially after all these great sessions that we had today. So I have a difficult part here to impress you and give you some energy about it. So I'm gonna talk about I was asked to talk about the transformation, talking about how branches transform. But before that, while I was writing about transformation, I started asking myself literally while I was doing the presentation, what transformation? How do we handle it today? Today we are really in a very interesting era. That if you remember 10 years ago, you always used to hear about digital natives or digital immigrants, right? So that was 10 years ago. Digital natives are the people who are born from the internet was available and technology, and digital immigrants is us, is me when I was immigrated to internet. The internet wasn't there when I was born. And now we even have a better challenge, is that I don't know what you're gonna call the new generation. Is it the metaverse generation or the AI generation? So it's quite challenging how banks as financial sectors have to please all these kinds of generations. But before I jump into the bank, I want to share with you a very small example of how difficult transformation is. Who's here an iPhone user? Can you raise your hands? You know, quite a lot, right? You know, almost half. I'm an iPhone user as well. And you've all seen the new iPhone 16, correct? How many of you are gonna get the iPhone 16? I don't see any hand, right? So that tells you you're all are, like me, digital natives, digital immigrants. If we are all here digital natives, I assure you all of them will raise their hands. Why? Not because, and for us, all what we see is Apple added a button on the car, on the phone, right? And this is for the camera. And that's honestly for me, I wouldn't go there. But I spoke to young people about the iPhone 16, and I told them I will never get it. You know, I'm not gonna get it. There's only this button. But honestly, when you sit with the young guy and he tells you about the features of AI that the phone can do, and you know the extra button, what it can do, it's not only taking pictures, it's a lot of things that you'll be like, it's convincing. So that's where, what I wanna say is, Apple introduced a phone that we thought it failed, but apparently it's not. It targeted the majority of the generation. An interesting thing I did is I asked Google and ChatGPT, what's the population of Pakistan that are under 20? Take a guess. Okay? Believe it or not, it's 50%. 50% of your population are below 20. Ask ChatGPT now. Okay? So that tells you that you are transforming not only to attract the current people, but you have a much difficult target of the younger generation, which I'm gonna call the AI generation, because I think the digital natives are there already. So going back now to our world, as banks are changing, right? So we all know this, it's all changes. And I would jump to one of the things that expedited the change is the inflation that's happening. You know that inflation is a top concern for everyone. And organizations want to expand. They wanna have a more footprint, be innovative, and on top of that, reduce cost with the highest ROI. However, risk is a major drive for that. And that's where top executives, especially of any financial sector, their main concern is usually on security. So you have to tackle not only from innovation, but from all angles of how you can do a transforming journey. And by the way, today when I was listening to Mohammed, Mashreq Bank CEO, when he asked about the ChatGPT, when he asked about the medicine or the disease he had, what does he have? So while I was sitting, you know, I started asking even weird questions. I was, what is the meaning of this? I'm not a ChatGPT user. I'm trying to be. And I'll tell you later on what transformation ChatGPT told me to. So I'll share it with you later. So pandemic played a big role into digitizing. So every organization, not only banks, every organization had a plan into how a journey of digitizing and transforming their experience into more advanced. But COVID speeded up, you know, not by choice, but it was by force. This is the way to survive. And a lot of countries have migrated so quickly, and they're still in it. Some of the countries pushed back a little bit, and they started going on, but for no doubt, COVID have expedited. And even an interesting fact is, as you can see, the retail footprint, okay, has went up and stayed up and is still going up. And this is mainly after COVID. This workspace as well, during COVID was affected, and still a lot of organizations found out that the COVID setup still works and they will go on. So everybody started looking into how we can prepare for the future, how we can, you know, predict even what's going to happen, even in some circumstances of disasters, what can be done. So that's why everybody wants to be prepared from all aspects of how they can accelerate the digital transformation. The key challenges and I'm sure most of the people here are bankers, I'm sure you agree that these are the most top concerns of any executive in any organization. So they look into, you know, the cost of implementing it, how they can looking at the deposits are declining. They're looking into how they can get a return on investment of whatever they implement. So these are the questions that I've always concerned into implementing. But from a proper way to do it is you follow guidelines, right? So any guideline into how to digitize, and it's simple into 7 points, which is how you can differentiate your technology from others, how you can be different, how you can attract more people. And of course, how do you do that? By personalizing it. So you look into, today, most of the asks that we get asked is, how can I know my customer better? How can I personalize it more better? This way I can make not only attract people, but I want to keep people. Because today, the new generation, which we're going to call AI generation, they have no loyalty even, obviously. So if they find something better, they move on. And that's where organizations, not only the financial sector, are struggling to retain the current customer. So how they do it. And of course, how do you do it is you deploy technology. Technology helps you a lot in how to medicate. But again, one of the major challenges is you still want to introduce technology where, I'll go back to the iPhone subject, you want to introduce technology, but you don't want to lose customers. So how do you do that? You don't want to lose the older generation customers. So that's why you have to introduce technology into simplifying the process into all generations. So a culture change is really tricky in this part of the world. Maybe in 20 years of time, this would be easier, where where the majority of people are more into technology. But for the current time being, I think it's a very interesting era we're in. And of course, above all that, everybody looks into how they can make profitable branches to operate in their sector. So the way you do it is 5 golden rules. It's as simple as that into any digital transformation for a bank. So of course, you have to fulfill the customer needs, enabling the strategy you want, delivering the performance, maximizing and servicing. Why did I have to go through these points? Because here, I'm not going to talk about ATMs. Yes, Diebold Nixdorf we are the #1 global ATM provider, but our subject here is branch transformation. So what does we talk about? By technology, if somebody approaches a bank or the branch, from that touch point, he should be able to service from any aspect, right? So let me give you an example. So a lot of banks have introduced a lot of setups, some of them in a mall, some of them in a coffee shop, some of them independent, and the list goes on. Some of them were successful and some of them were not. We as Diebold Nixdorf played a big role as well of learning from these banks. Some of the technologies, I'll be honest with you, from a process perspective failed. Not failed technology, failed attracting, and some of them worked. And from that, we've learned from the banks. So what really works is where the banks should focus on. And by talking with every bank, I would say 99% of the bank, they focus on the last 3 elements. The first 2 are somehow disappearing. The 5 models of branches are the current branches that we all know. So we start from the flagship branch, which is the main head office, the big branch, and then we go to a smaller footprint, and so on till you reach to the smallest footprint. Why they want to do that? Obviously because of cost. You can see by a flagship branch, it costs almost 4 times of any self-service channel. But to complete the journey, the self-service channels must be able to fulfill all the transactions that a flagship branch should do. So how do you do that? By technology. So as Diebold Nixdorf, as I told you, we are the market leader into different industries. We implemented solution into different line of businesses. And there's only one thing common. Even if you talk about retail, banking, hotels, hospitals, etc., the only one thing common on all those, the customer. The same customer uses all kinds of technology. Today, if you look at airlines have been digitized since ages, by the way. Since ages, you can book on the phone, or an internet, or a PC, or a kiosk, and they're all synchronized. So travel has been advanced. Hospitality is the same, hotels. So why not banking, right? So that's why you see the banking a little bit behind. But it's the same customer, same usage. So that's why today, banks are ready even to deliver an end-to-end, where you start at the mobile, finish at the kiosk, fulfill at a PC, etc. So again, so here what we see, and this is what we get, what I'm going to show you, of how banks in this region, I'm not talking for this region. Most of our discussions goes around into these three sides of branches, where it's, I would call it medium to small to smallest. I'll start from the smallest part. So the smallest part is the concept one. Now here, why would a bank wants this? So a bank wants a presence, okay, using technology. He wants to have a presence with the smallest footprint of offering all kinds of banking services, okay, mainly due to availability, space he has, cost, and presence, and he wants to be available 24/7. So what we as Diebold Nixdorf did is we implemented this in UAE. One of the successful stories we have was with Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, where they exactly wanted a branch in a box. However, this is the old model. I'll show you the new one. This is the new one. I'm sorry, this is the latest DN technology, but let the video talk about it. So, yeah. All right, so as I said, so we as Diebold Nixdorf, based on the demand, based on the new generation, they wanted the smallest footprint of branch that can be served with any single transaction a branch they can do. However, this doesn't target the majority of the population, right? Because you still have people that they want human interaction. And how do we do that? By introducing the concept 2, which is the second smallest footprint with using technology as well. So here, there's yet no physical presence, but we use video interaction for the physical presence on the machine, and we give more options, more privacy space to the customers in terms of how they can be serviced. So for example, this setup can help in a small footprint of how you can onboard a customer, open an account, or complain, or ask for a loan, or anything. And the space, as you can see, is it's very similar. These are being required to be placed into malls, as an example, or outside in a very small parking lots or any building. But another model which we see the most is, we call it. And by the way, sorry, this is a sample from the room inside of how you can sit privately in one of the rooms in the pods, where you can speak to someone using video, fulfill all transactions. This is an example we've done. The first setup we've done with this was QIIB. That was in Qatar during the World Cup, where it's not a pod concept, but the same technology was used there, and they've used the same space almost, where a branch with the smallest footprint to offer all these services. The second model we have done is we call it Pod Max. So it's the same pod you saw, but here we're introducing people in it. So there's a space for the hardware, for the cash machines. There's space for the non-cash machines, where you can do the cash and dash, card issuance, statement printing, and all, etc. And there's a space for a consultancy area. So I don't know if that's printed. So the Pod 2 Max, okay, is an expanded area where you can have the privilege of having a person inside to cover the people who are wants a face-to-face interaction. And same technology we can use is these are Diebold technology solutions where we are offering here the non-cash kiosk, same thing, offering all the non-cash transactions, the cash machines and the ITM machines using the video. This is a sample of the illustrative sample of how the model looks like, and that's where we predict that this will be the most demanded request into our area. The third model we see is the middle one. If you remember, we forgot about the largest two. So the middle one is the basic branch with. Okay, I don't know why it's going too fast. Okay, it's okay. I'll jump here. So basically, this is the branch area to categorize it into 3 setups. So this is the normal setup of a branch that you have the ATMs at the front with 24 hours accessibility, a door to be separated between the branch and the self-service, and that's where we call it transact. And the second setup that's where you solve. Solve is you just need some areas to meet with the customers and interact and consult. And the last area is to explore. The explore is instead of customers waiting, how the bank can cross-sell products using displaying tablets, mobiles, or screens, or even some of them could be interactive using AI as well. So these are the models of the branches that we see from a transformation perspective, and that's where using digital / hyper people could help fulfill the journey of transforming. So, however, a very important point I would like to discuss, and that's where I think digital transformation means, is what does a transformation mean for an organization sector? So it's a comprehensive change in the way an organization operates, often involving improvement process, technology, or culture. Why this is important? So this is the meaning of transformation for banks. Why this is important? Because without having the right processes, without you as well as a bank transforms the process internally into approving or disapproving procedures, any model you apply will not work. So it has to be transformation not only from a feel and look, not only from technology, but also from a process inside the bank. This is a major key to make your project or your transforming successful. I know this time's up since 5 minutes ago. So this is my time, and I hope you enjoyed my slides and my journey as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Usama, for a wonderful presentation. Now we'd like to call on stage Mr. Kamran Siddiqui, Enterprise Sales Executive, Acceleration, Riverbed, and the topic of his presentation is Application Acceleration and Data Optimization. Can I have Mr. Kamran Siddiqui on the stage, please?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी ये बंद कर दीजिए ये वाला सही है Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I'll keep my presentation short. I got to learn a lot from the banking perspective, and I'll try to cater or do the presentation from the banking perspective. Now, we all been talking about, how are we digitizing, how the data is going to be, how we are going to the cashless economy, and this is all going to generate more and more data. And my presentation is, how do we transport that data from your head office to your branches to your backup? How do we keep it secured a little bit? And how do we do it faster while reducing my cost? I heard from a lot of speakers the cost is one of the thing that how do I reduce? How would I optimize my cost while keeping my performance, right? So if I have a slowness in the network, then I have a problem, I need to optimize it, I need to do things faster. What Riverbed does, and kind of unique name, Riverbed, and Riverbed is came from a concept bed by the river. You're going to relax, you're going to have fun, you're going to enjoy. That's how the company came up with the Riverbed name. We are a company based in San Francisco. Our first head office was by the river, very close to the beach. So we adopted the name Riverbed, and what we does is how to optimize and accelerate application, right? Everything while you are digitizing is based on applications. So you're going to have more and more applications, you're going to have more and more data, and how am I going to accelerate that data and optimize that applications? We have a full portfolio from Riverbed equipment perspective. We have physical devices, we have virtual devices, we have laptop accelerators, which will help you accelerate information. And then we have SaaS, software as a service accelerators, and we can accelerate your information in the cloud. This is a typical network where you have branches, you have head offices, you are downloading information, you are uploading information. So we are one of those key guys who can improve your performance. We provide faster downloads, we provide better application performance, and we provide faster delivery of the videos or the audios. Digital transformation, what we have done with many customers, and I'm happy to see a lot of banks here who are using Riverbed technology in the banking sector. To name few, Mashreq Bank, HBL, Mizan Bank, Allied Bank, UBL, all of these banks are already using our technology to optimize their data and to transfer their data from one location to the other. And some of them are doing internationally, like Allied Bank and Mashreq Bank between Dubai and Pakistan. Allied Bank is doing between Qatar, Kuwait, Pakistan. How are we improving this employee satisfaction? Because they are able to do more in less time. When I get on the laptop, I want the information to download right away, right? This is one of the things. If it takes longer time for my application to load, I walk away or I do something else. One of our customers from that perspective, NI, Network International, and they are those credit card processing companies, cashless economy. They went to VDI solution in the cloud. And they have about 150 employees. When they come to work in the morning, it takes them 45 minutes to download their virtual desktops. People walk away, they lose a lot of productivity time. So we help improve that. They were Riverbed customers, we optimize that data. Now their desktops download within 10 to 15 minutes. So say they save 30 minutes per employee, where they get more productivity out of them because of using Riverbed. And I'll touch base on the DCDR, use case or scenario. You have a data center, you may have infrastructure as a service, you may have software as a service, and then you need the user endpoint, which is your branch offices, which could be your remote sites, which could be your clients or end user. And from a banking perspective, which is, the cash, the employee-less pods, which everybody is talking about, that we're going to have a banking branch which has nobody in it. What do you need? When you have that, you need to do it faster. So people are going to walk to that ATM or to that machine to withdraw money or to open a bank account. They want those things to be done faster. Otherwise, they're going to have to call somebody else, right? Somebody live. When I was back in US, I graduated in 1997. I joined Nortel Networks, and I was one of the presentations at that time. And they said customers, when they go to the website, they only wait 5 seconds before they walk away. They go somewhere else. If the website doesn't load in 5 seconds, and that was like 25 years ago when the technology was very new. Now it may be 2 seconds, I don't know, maybe 1.5 seconds. People will wait and will go somewhere else. This is why the need to optimize data to do things faster. This is one of the slides which talk about, your data, how the data is flowing, start and end. This depends on how far the other branch is. The latency is directly proportional to the distance. So if you have a branch, for example, like Mashreq Bank or Allied Bank in Dubai and in Pakistan, the data will take longer time to travel, right? Application latency, you will have that. It will incur application latency. How do I minimize it? How do I faster, right? So we work on both layers, transport layer and application layer. This is how the network looks like. Client is talking to the data center or to the server. When you introduce Steelhead, our name of the product, we will take all that traffic, we will optimize it, we will send it to the other end faster. Same thing from the application layer perspective. Now application, TCP/IP application is very chatty. It says hello, the other side needs to respond hello, then it will say how are you, the other side needs to say how are you. And this goes on for a couple of milliseconds before applications start to transfer data. This is where we come into the picture. We optimize that traffic, we insert our products in between, we start talking to the both ends, and then ourselves, we optimize data. We talk to each other, and this makes your latency go down from application perspective, and you are able to communicate faster to the other end, and you are able to optimize traffic. You can do things faster. Customer benefits, you have better performance, you have better service, and you have better productivity because I can do things faster. In one of the scenarios with CIB Bank in Dubai, they had an end of day session, which start at 12 midnight, and it goes until 5 in the morning. Then they started their start of day processes, which were also taking 2 to 3 hours. Will start at 5 in the morning, will go to 7:30, 8 in the morning. Their branches open around 7:45, 8 o'clock. Customers will walk in. The system is not ready because it is still running their processes, and they will say, please wait another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we will serve you. This wasn't a good thing. They implemented Riverbed solution to optimize their data, to reduce their replication or their backup time or their start of day processes. Now their end of day process starts at 12, finishes at 2. Their start of day starts around 2:15, 20, 2:20, it stops at 5. So they are saving about 3 hours by optimizing their traffic. Now when the customer walks in around 7:45, 8 o'clock, all the branches are ready. They never have to tell the customer that please wait, we are not ready. Now, we are also one of the only vendors who are working with Microsoft. We have our devices already installed there. If you are using Office 365, Box, anything, we can do 33% faster downloads in Microsoft Azure clouds. We are reducing up to 99% data, which you are transferring over the WAN link, and this is where the cost comes in. Usually your LAN is 100 gig, 10 gig, 1 gig. You have ample bandwidth, ample capacity available on your LAN. But when you transfer that data on the other side, connected through a WAN link, this is where the cost is, right? This is what we optimize, and we can reduce up to 99% of your data on the wire. Also, this means because we are reducing your data, you can do faster downloads, about 75% faster downloads compared to without Riverbed devices, right? Some of the protocols which we use, technical, but for the technical minds, the slide is there, you guys can read through it. Again, optimize network performance. We can also provide quality of service, where you can once you optimize the traffic, you can say which traffic is more important, and you can deliver it faster or before the other non-important traffic. So you can use QoS as well. Now, one of the things which I learned recently, I was in Turkey, and they said that after the earthquake, people have implemented, or government have mandated, that everybody should have VSAT links, satellite links. And this is what I learned yesterday with my meeting with one of the banks. They said we have the same mandate after the flooding. That infrastructure was gone. We should have connectivity, backup connectivity through the satellite links. Satellite links are still very expensive, and bandwidth is very limited. So the satellite link latency goes into 4, 5, 6, 700 milliseconds, which is huge. When you implement Riverbed, we are able to reduce that latency on those satellite links into half. So instead of 700 milliseconds, you're going to have a latency of 300 milliseconds, 350 milliseconds. This is what makes your data travel faster. You can do things better, faster. This is a live report from one of the assessments we did, and this is for one of the biggest telcos in UAE, because a lot of people think that, hey, I will buy more bandwidth to make it faster. This is not always true for all the traffic. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not, because it depends on your application. Application is still going to talk end to end, it's still going to have latency. So it doesn't matter how much bandwidth you throw at it, your application will still perform the same way. And those applications were written 25, 30, 40 years ago, which we are still using, legacy applications. So you still have that latency. Now, this is one of the biggest telcos in UAE and the region. And the peak performance, if you look at it, we are reducing 85% of the data on the wire. So it would have been very easy for the telco provider to throw more bandwidth at it, because it's my own bandwidth. It's not going to cost me anything. I'm going to take it from one department and internally transfer the money, right? But this is what they are doing to optimize their bandwidth. In peak hours, 85%, average 48% data reduction. This is another slide from the same customer, and this is where it shows that the last month the reduction was 47%. This is an average reduction over a month where you have 8 days of weekend and no traffic pretty much after 6 o'clock. And this is implemented between their head office and branches, right? Then we have cloud accelerators. With the digitization, with the cloud growing, everybody is starting to use cloud. I know when I moved from USA to UAE 15 years ago or 16 years ago, a lot of people were not doing cloud. People were against it. And some of the government people said that we will never go to cloud. And now you look at it 15 years now, that most of the government is mandated to use Azure cloud. Microsoft has opened the data center, right? Same thing, I'm hearing with some customers in Pakistan, no, we are not going to the cloud. But trust me, sooner or later, you will. Some people have already started to go to the cloud, and some people will. So we have, cloud accelerators which can optimize your traffic in Microsoft Azure cloud, in your private clouds, in your Oracle cloud. This is where we will provide you the same optimization. Performance, really, as I said, impacts your productivity. If you're sitting in front of your be it your laptop, be it your ATM machine, sometimes, and some of the ATM machines are very slow. You go there, it is taking a long time, you move away. You go to a different ATM machine to withdraw your money or deposit your money. So the performance for ATMs, for those customers is still very important. How do I, increase my performance? This is a slide that we are working with Amazon Cloud, with Azure Cloud, with Oracle Cloud, be it any cloud, we are present. And with these three clouds, actually, we have partnerships, so our devices are already installed. You don't need to buy any device and install. You just buy the license from us, and you are able to optimize your traffic in these clouds. Box, again, Microsoft Azure, Salesforce, Amazon, anything you have in your network or you are accessing, you will be able to optimize. Also, Oman Air, for example, one of the cases where they have installed client accelerators, which we call it, on their laptops because people move away. They go home, they take the laptop, they are working from home, or they are sitting at the cafes, at the coffee shop, at the Starbucks, and they are accessing the network. So we compress the traffic, we encrypt the traffic, we optimize the traffic. So you also don't have to worry about your security, because from your laptop, traffic going to the other side, to your data center is encrypted. is compressed, is deduplicated, so nobody will be able to hack that traffic or learn or understand. So it's an added security while optimizing, making it faster. We are securing the traffic as well. Again, marketing slide, but this is very true that with the adoption of cloud, with software as a service, these things are increasing. More and more people are spending in those technologies. Some of the customers, some of the banks are building their own private clouds as well, working with the ISPs in Dubai. A lot of banks are working with the ISPs where they're moving the infrastructure, their DR sites especially, into their clouds to manage network congestion, latency, and connectivity for hybrid workers, right? So we significantly accelerate your traffic. We optimize your traffic. By the way, Emirates Airline also has installed our devices, and they are also optimizing from that perspective. Let's see. This is pretty much it. I just wanted to give you an idea who Riverbed is, not to go into too much technology and what we can do. So for you to key takeaways from a Riverbed perspective, that I can reduce your latency, I can make it faster while saving cost to you, while bringing down your network cost. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
बहुत शुक्रिया कामरान भाई, थैंक यू. Wonderful presentation, Kamran Sahab. Now we'd like to call on stage Mr. Mohsen Raza, Territory Manager, Saudi Arabia, Hitachi Vantara, and he will be delivering a presentation on Data Foundation for Innovation. Please join us, Mr. Mohsen Raza.
So Hitachi. So I'm from the Hitachi Vantara. You can say Hitachi is not just an IT company. It's much more beyond that. Our DNA, since the time is very short, so I will be just covering in a summarized manner that how and what we are doing in the region and how things are shaping up. So just a quick thing. Okay, this is one Hitachi. One Hitachi, what does one Hitachi means out here? We have 576 companies around us, and we have, you name it, and we do it. It's just that we are the people who claim that whatever is your requirement, we have it in our bucket for it. So the place and the company where I belong is from the IT division. So IT division means it's Hitachi Vantara. So please don't ask me what Vantara means, because Vantara is an Italian, it's a word coming in, which means it's about the data protections and data management and all that. So Hitachi, I'm not going to waste much of the time out here, that here we do on-prem solution, we do hybrid solution, cloud is going on, right? Anything over here. And we do ERP services, we do different sort of consultancy services within one Hitachi. We have Hitachi Digital, where all our Hitachi IT wings coming in. We are the subsidiary of Hitachi Limited Japan. So just moving forward, how and what we are doing within the banks. So, I mean, within banks, we optimize, it says hybrid cloud, mission critical, enterprise AI ready, and all that. So these are the good words, which I always say whenever I'm giving a presentation or I'm giving something. These are the very good words in terms of over the slide. How does it make it happen into the real world? How does things happen in the real time frame? What exactly? For us, whenever we go, we act, we work for a consultant. We come as a consultant. Then we rationalize and we see exactly what type of workload it is, what type of a solution is required, how things can be, how we can manage and manage the security, how we can go and do the AI, how we can go and add value to the customers. I just want to run through this. This is basic a marketing enterprise site. What my major topic is this one. I'm just going to jump on this cyber resilience wall. Before I go to that, move on to the slides, what is exactly going on right now in the industry? Since I belong to a territory KSA, so what I've been looking into KSA and what I've been going on in this region, that people are left, right, worrying about security, cyber security, they need to have that, they need to have other third-party solution, whatever. Do you exactly know what exactly is required for your environment? It's all, I mean, I'm not saying that nobody doesn't know, but the thing is this, exactly some of the solutions are not for your environment or for something. So where we works in, there are some specialized solution, there are some other sort of solutions which comes in third party, which managing networks, some managing infrastructure, some giving you monitoring over the data center, there's some giving you the analytics of the securities and all. Now, after even that, then we are also compromised with the ransomware. Why? So the thing is this, that there's one case study which I would like to, it's from the very recent case study which happened in KSA. I can't name the bank because of the confidentiality, but I'll show you what exactly happens. How we work. What is our work of Hitachi Security? We have a separate, complete dedicated arm of security, sitting that's it people, which known as VR. VR is because we launched this product way back in 2020, so it's known as VM 2020, cyber resilience, ransomware protection, vault, sandboxing. We are not new to this. We've been giving this within all our solution in patent infrastructure solution, in all our software sort solutions. But now what is enhanced in it? Okay, how does things work? Okay, this is one example. Virtualization is going on everywhere. We are working on containers, we are working on VMware, hypervisor, all sort of things. So how things can change? I mean, with VMware or just with VM, just not let VMware. Your production environment is on bare metal, you have hypervisor, and then you have built all your VMs with storage and all that. By the way, Ops Center is our product. Since this is based out of Hitachi, it can be any storage. Just for the case study, we said that it's this one. So for Ops Center, it's management engine is this. What happened? What do we club? We club cyber VR to it, and we guaranteed that we can give you an assurance, written assurance. It comes with a legal entitlement in anywhere in the globe when you buy this sort of a solution, saying that we manage and we give you minimum downtime. Okay, when I say minimum downtime, how is it that possible? So I'll just go, okay. By the way, one more and best thing is this that it comes with the forensic and pen testing environment things also. So you don't need to worry about, you don't need to go to any of the other third-party tool to do this. It's an end-to-end solution. And how we do it? We take immutable snapshot, meaning immutable snapshots. Once you take, everybody takes immutable snapshots. Okay, immutable snapshots, if you are taking an immutable snapshot, that doesn't mean that you are protecting everything from the ransomware. It happens. Recently, what happens was bank, as I mentioned, took an immutable snapshot, kept on the storage part, and they were very happy. Okay, fine, it's not, because it's immutable, it's not to be seen. Nobody can see it, nobody can touch it, it's just there in the view. Ransomware attack came in at that point of time, and that really went into that immutable and really destroyed that. So what's the digital twin? Digital twin is that we come with an air gap. So it's within, once you talk about, it's also like we say cloud, we say all that, it's air gap is also one of the word going in the cyber, in the security environments these days, like anything, and people, it's one of the things which really give you, you can say, what I can say in a very straightforward manner, an analysis report and see exactly what are the gaps, what are the things, how you can manage out. So this is the case study I'm sharing. I just wanted to the case study. I told you that they took immutable snapshot. Their production, all the virtual machines, they were on 70% utilization on the normal production machine. What happened? Ransomware came in, took out all the attack towards the, sorry, just go back. Okay, ransomware came in, it attacked. What happened? Immediately, forensic team got involved, the risk team, the data team got involved. they started doing the analysis. That took another, let's say, 2 days, 3 days, something like that. And after that, 4 days, in fact, it says 4 days, when complete backup recovery was done. And what happened was, it impacted the production. Now, 3 days to recover just 600 VMs because it was kept in an isolated DR's environment. Something was kept, it was not on the single environment. And even if it was on a single environment, that by the time it had attacked their main machine, it was not being replicated at that point of time. So that take 3 days to recover. 1 day to harden. So altogether, how many days we are talking about? 2 days to protection, 10 days. The RTO is 10 days. And this is, by the way, the real figure. This is the real figure of one of the bank which happened in KSA. And this was the disaster for them. They had DR, they went to the DR. By the time they wanted to revert back from the DR, the data was not in sync, so they had to build everything from the scratch again. And it really took ages to that. What happened then? Then when we were called, then they were said they bought a software. It's not just that the storage we given in. Our software can work on anything. So what we did, once in an example, if take Hitachi Cyber VR was there, we would have done the forensic in 30 minutes. And that's guaranteed because it's a tool within the built-in in that resiliency. The other thing, harden. Once the forensic was being done, hardening things and every eradication, quarantine being, everything was done simultaneously within that. 10 minutes just to protect recovery for the minimal, all done, finished. How much time frame? As low as 1 hour. As low as 1 hour. It's not even an hour. We have the world fastest ransomware recovery tool right now at this point of time, and it's not just that I'm representing Hitachi and saying there. You can go and read out these case studies are available publicly also, and you can look at the customer reviews what is going on out here. So I mean, coming back, this is how you do. Okay. How we claim it's world fastest recovery ransomware protection. Okay, fine. We do immutable snapshot from the production diff. We do DRU snaps and all that. Having said so, after that, we have our op center. If I say forensic, yeah. We have our op center deployed. Op center protector is the name with the Cyber VR. And this is how you reprotect. You have immutable, you have everything, you have a dark snap. We say it a dark snap in our terms, but it's not a dark snap, which is there, which is present, and which cannot be seen, which cannot be. You can say it's there in the storage, like you have a raw storage there. You don't have a file system there, which you cannot go and access like in a manner. So it's a tenant-based access. So you cannot just go and anybody can enter and start break there. It's hardened and it's fixed. Just one click. After one click, reconnection can be done in case of any disaster. All the recovery. This is how we claim we have done it 1500 VMs in just 70 minutes. In just one click. In just one click. And this is something we have really worked out, because I say it's that data is our DNA. We know data management better than anyone's, because we've been working since our inception of Hitachi Digital way back in the 1970s. We were the first people who bought the data immutability within the market. We were the first people who bought the snapshot concept within the storage portfolio. But by the way, just to let you know, you don't need any sort of Hitachi hardware for this. Even if you have any third-party hardware, you can just buy the Cyber VR software portfolio and you can go do that. So this is something unique. If I start talking about a data or start talking about Hitachi, so it's going to take ages and it's won't end. So just a quick thing, we have few stall bases of within the new stalls. You see OneLink has been there with us for last 10 plus years. For UBL, it's been there for more than, and then it's so. So it's just a brief, I would say, what we have done. And this is what Hitachi Vintara is a flavor in a security portfolio. Because my topic was to cover the data. Since the time is really short, I've been asked to cut off. So I will rather leave it to you. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, Kamran Sahab. Now we're just going to let these props set in before we initiate a new panel discussion. On growing beyond digital payments and fund transfers, the roadmap for fintechs. It's going to be an exciting panel discussion. And Mr. Tabish Sabah, the CEO of Touchpoint Limited, will be arbitrating the session. And I'd like to call him on the stage as early as possible so that he can take the responsibilities from me.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, I think I don't know if it is a good time to do a session or a bad time, but I have good news that this is the last session of the day. The bad news is that I will take 40 minutes, but we'll try to keep it short. We'll try to keep it interesting. So without wasting too much of time, as Imran has already talked about, the question is growing beyond digital payments and funds transfer. It's a pretty interesting concept, and frankly, it took me a lot of time to figure it out what exactly we would want to focus on. So we have a set of panelists which are going to discuss some of the aspects of it, and I'm going to discuss some of my own thoughts with them. So without wasting much time, I'll first introduce Khurram Abid, if you can please come. Khurram is a CIO at Mashriq Bank, a very familiar face in the industry, Standard Chartered. So then I would request Ayaz. Ayaz is the head of Ayaz. You. Abid, sorry. I'm so sorry, Abid. Oops, sorry. Syed Abid Raza. Rizvi, head of product and pricing. So if you do me doing this, there is a fundamental problem that I have aged, and it's not easy. So my apologies, Abid. I'll request Farhan Hassan, head of EasyPaisa wallet business. Farhan, if you're here. So Farhan was also one of the panelists at the earlier session as well. I request Kamran Zeeb, group head, cards and acquiring business from Allied Bank. Kamran Saab, please. Then I'll request Farooq. Farooq is an old friend also and heading BPC Technology Solutions. So welcome, Khurram. Welcome, Farooq. And lastly, I'll request Heather Wahab. Heather is the CEO of Hisab Kitab, a personal financial management company. So is it okay if I do it from here? I think it's fine. I don't need to come and sit there. No, we'll wait for you. So since I think fintech, digital banks, traditional bank, Islamic bank, microfinance bank, a lot of these terms are used quite often. So we'll start with Khurram. A lot of times we have heard this, that we are a technology company with a banking license, So most of the banks are trying to consider themselves as fintech or digital banks, etc. Where do you see that the fintechs can create a different, play a different game altogether, or how do you position a fintech in Pakistan context?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Tabish. So I hope people can understand. Can hear me? Yeah. Very interesting question, because post-COVID, I think we all learned that, This banking services is not something which is a place, it is a task, right? It should happen. It's not that you have to go somewhere and you need to get it done. So this is something which we learned, and there was a huge space of digitization we realized at that point in time, and starting there, our journey is constantly on. We all also accept that our banking experience or payment experiences especially are not flawless. It is broken so far. So there is a huge opportunity to grow. And we see fintechs. Fintechs is something which is very robust, agile, and to be honest, they as a catalyst when they have to, when it comes to innovation and all that. And banks, since last almost a decade or around 7-8 years, are constantly tapping the good fintechs. Wherever there are good opportunities, we are trying to opt. I think at fintech, the speed of innovation and uniqueness in ideas is something which is name of the game. Whereas banks have to remain compliant with so many regulations and the stuff. I think the decent diversity between this innovation and uniqueness of ideas and banks adopting that in a very controlled and secured way is something which is the real disruption we are bringing to the market. I potentially see huge opportunity when it comes to fintechs and banks collaboration to solve the issues, and especially the type of unique challenges we are facing these days in payment space, fraud risk management, making ease of customers when it comes to lending and all that. So there's a huge space. And practically a genuine lethal partnership between these two parties is going to make the serious disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Khurram. And I think, since you have also worked with commercial banks in the past, and so is Abid. Abid is currently now looking after head of products and pricing at Rakmi Islamic. So Abid, what is your view, coming from a commercial bank into a digital bank / fintech? It is a transition, and how do you see this game being played in Pakistan?
Assalamu alaikum. In terms of digital banks, if you look at the international examples, the key success markers for any digital bank, any successful digital bank, has been three things. Their speed to market, product innovation, and low cost of operations. If these three things, if the fintechs can somehow work on that and be successful on that, I think this is the only way they can survive in this industry, because banks are there for a long time and they have been servicing customers, although the inclusion might not be at the level that what the regulator asks or what our ask is, but these are the three things that they need to be best at, because and not only these things, but also there are challenges for digital banks which we are currently working and trying to mitigate that, because we will not have any physical branches or physical outlet per se. So our brand equity or our brand awareness at the market level won't be that much. So our cost of acquisition initially would be very high when you compare it with the banks. Banks have gradually decreased it to a level, but that is something that needs to be navigated by digital bank when I have joined this new venture here. Secondly, because there is no physical recourse for the customer, because we don't have any physical branches or any physical outlets, so data security, information security would be the biggest risk that a digital bank will have to cater for. We have seen few presentations in our sessions today. And lastly, and the biggest challenge that we are trying to right now trying to find an answer for is the liquidity. So as you all know that banks are high in liquidity. They have the physical infrastructure, they have the cash to digital conversion points. Fintechs in terms of EasyPaisa or the upcoming digital bank, they might have solved it for small ticket item, but we being a credit driven bank, because as you all know, the shareholder capital is very expensive and is very limited. So these are the things that we are trying to right now fix at some point in time. We are in discussions with the banks externally to mitigate this. We are also looking at the payment rail that you call RAST and OneLink. But also we are also looking at internally in terms of product innovation that we can bring in products that could inculcate savings behavior within the customers so that liquidity stays longer with us. So these are I think the basic challenges that we are currently trying to work with in the real bank arena.
Yeah, interesting thought. I'll come back to you, Abid, again on especially the collaboration piece. But let me ask Farhan. This is something that is important. That you have been running a digital financial services company for over a decade. But when we think of fintech as a company or as an industry or as a business, the first thing that comes to mind is mobile only. How relevant is it from a Pakistan perspective? Is mobile the only thing that can help them survive, or there is a need for a large ecosystem to be with? And since, with decades of experience, who can shed better light than you?
Right. So, am I audible?
I think you need to speak up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
better.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's a known truth that Easy Paisa is mobile only service, and that is the reason why Easy Paisa came into existence as well, because we wanted to solve a very pertinent problem for the masses, and how we could do that is, again, we need to find at that point in time what is the technology which is easily and easily available for the masses and at scale as well. So mobile phones, I mean, have been the great equalizer all across the world. I mean, that's something which has reduced the education gap, the information gap, and the communication gap. So that is something that has been our success story, and that I believe will be the future as well. And interestingly enough, I mean, in last post, like ever since COVID, this is something that we say it in a joking manner, but now if you look at it, all the banks are trying to be fintechs, and all the fintechs are trying to be banks.
Yes.
Right. So eventually they will converge to a point where there will be very blurred lines in terms of who's who and how they are operating. So essentially, as I see it, when Easy Paisa came into being, and that was coming at the back of Telenor network and serving primarily USSD customers. But over time we grew and we moved into telco agnostic model, and then now you don't have to have a particular network's SIM in your mobile to use Easy Paisa. I mean, that's easily available, and that's the case with all the other mobile banking applications as well. But now, as we step into the future, as the next thing will be the bank agnostic way of doing business. Then you don't have to have a particular bank's account to do the particular transaction, and that's the beauty of embedded finance and embedded technologies and embedded financial services that will combine all these banks under one platform. So that is I mean that is how I see it, and that is going to be on mobile. I mean, that's there is no doubt about it.
Interesting concept, and I have a leading question, and I'll come back to you with regards to mobile apps, especially, considering how many mobile banks apps are in the market, how it is going to span out, etc. But before we get to that, it's like big boys versus the small boys. The big boys are banks, the fintechs are small boys. But I'll rope Kamran Saab in. Kamran Saab, what key areas should fintech focus on in order to achieve deeper penetration, number one? And what is the business case that they need to have in order to evolve themselves as a successful business organization or industry?
Thank you, Tabish.
Yes, I think now you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So I believe there are a number of areas where fintechs can actually penetrate. But before getting into this discussion, I think the most important part we need to understand is that technology adaptability in Pakistan is need-based. So if the products and services are more closer to the need of the customer, the success rate would be higher. There are few segments which I feel that fintech needs to penetrate. Card acceptance, Jawad Sahab already spoke about it, though we have seen exponential growth in terms of POS network. But when we look towards a portfolio mix, less than 5% of the merchants are contributing almost 85 to 95% of volume.
Yeah.
So like we are sitting on a ticking bomb. So offering a low-cost integrated solution probably is the right approach towards increasing the size of the pie. RAS QR, we already heard lots of things about RAS QR, but I believe that another segment where RAS QR can be capitalized is the unconventional acceptance space. So giving you example of distribution network, currently if we, and these distribution networks are actually backed by the corporate companies like big FMCGs, but the distribution network altogether is a manual process, starting from order taking, deliveries, even collections. So I believe the RAS QR would play a very vital role building a platform where we can actually have this strong payment ecosystem, which can actually not only enhance, but it also build a very strong use case. Loyalty is another field. Banks are already working in this segment, but when we talk about the retail loyalty, we barely see any strong use case. And for customer retention and creating a value, loyalty plays a very important role. Giving you a small example, in US only, they have 12 loyalty program over the single household. So this is another segment where I believe that the fintechs needs to focus and penetrate.
Thank you, Kamran Saab. And I do have a follow-up question, but let me first get the first round. So before I come to you, Farokh, Heather, you are trying to be in a very interesting space called personal financial management. And it's a lot of buzzword globally around banks trying to implement financial management solutions. Why have we not seen such a big uptake in the Pakistan financial sector? What are some of the fundamental reasons that you feel that can help the industry to adapt this faster, considering what the pace is right now?
Thank you, Tavish.
So, yeah.
Ji, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you again. I'll take a name, open banking. Okay, I think one of the reasons that is this thing is not coming about, especially in Pakistan, is the fact that the open banking regulations are still under play, and that is limiting the use or the flow of PFM in Pakistan. But having said that, we have seen some good interest from the local banking industry. They want to adopt, but the fear factor that how are they going to manage it, or what are the factors which the interconnecting to other channels. So that is a limiting factor that has not been able to make PFM a known thing in Pakistan. I think where I'm really happy about the fact that the company that I represent, we have created this app, PFM app, which is now competing very well in the international market. So it's not that the app has an issue or the requirement, it is the usage and the ecosystem surrounding it, which is a necessity for PFM to come in play. The other thing that we are sensing is the fact that, and this is the message that we take it to the banking industry and consumers also, is the fact that financial wellness is now a very important element in the ecosystem. People want to know how well they are doing, what are the challenges, And the fact that the bank also wants to know exactly what is the situation of the consumer. They want to retain the consumer. They want to know that what are his next moves. And this product helps them in getting that visibility or that information. Once the system gets connected with all the data channels coming in, then it can become a very powerful tool. I do hope, and we are in discussion with the regulators and the other organizations, that how fast can we get the open banking regulations in place. I think once that comes in, we are going to see a major uptake on PFM. But in the meantime, with all the challenges, we still have 3 institutions in Pakistan who are already at the various stages of deployment. So hopefully, we'll have that traction very soon in the market.
Thank you, Heather. Yeah, sure.
मैंने पहले हैदर से परमिशन ली कि अगर हैदर इजाज़त दें. When I was joining, and you know me, right? I worked with 18 years for one bank, very well protected. We know group standards and all that. And then when I was coming here in a digital bank, I was just thinking for myself how I'm feeling. There was anxiety, fear, and there was a solid commitment with myself that I will unlearn a lot. When I came here, literally, my expectations were completely different, and I have to double what I told myself that I have to unlearn and all that, right? So surely there is a fear and anxiety, but the moment people started using it and trusting, it will come automatically. On the other side, at our end, we need to make sure that it remains relevant.
Yep.
That is going to make success. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Khurram. It clearly, maybe I can clearly see you are a golfer, because an unlearn is a term that is used most by golfers, in order to forget their swing. But Heather, you want to answer?
Just quickly.
Yeah, just quickly, and then I'll go to.
It's open. Thank you. Again, very relevant and real observation, and I agree with you. It's interesting. So we have 2 tracks. One is a white label, which the institutions they adopt, and then they pass it to the consumer, and then we have the consumer side. It's so the stickiness is so high that once you get used to it, then leaving it, I personally get calls from the consumer using it that I'm stuck, I'm very worried, my system is not working, and I have my crucial data. So that's the level. To ensure that the system is designed in a way, the new version that's coming about has all the parameters. It's security driven, PCI, DSS compliant and all that. So we are ensuring that at least the infrastructure side, that is taken care of. Just last, it's still surprising that we currently, if I am not mistaken, I am engaged in about 12 or 14 opportunities into the international market. So, that track is happening. Thank you.
Very good. Farrukh, all of this requires tech, From a Pakistan perspective, being a global service provider, BPC is, why do you still see a lag of cloud picking opportunities in Pakistan? Why still there is a fear of banks going towards cloud 100%? What needs to do? I understand from a security point of view is one aspect, but I think from an infrastructure point of view, it would be good if you can share some of your thoughts around this, please.
Thank you, Tabish. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
So I think there are multiple.
I don't know if you are audible at the back. Guys, can you hear him?
I'll try to speak a bit higher. So I think there are multiple aspects to it, Tabish. If you look at the infrastructure that we have built around, within the country altogether, there are some cloud service providers in the country, but what I see that big international players has to come around, to this country to serve this, digitization better, because of the reason that the industry application, if you look at the application side, it has gone to a certain level. But if you look at the infrastructure side in terms of cloud adoption and cloud, existing in the country, I still see a lacking in the security side. We BPC ourselves, we were into establishing a cloud infrastructure altogether. But when we assess it altogether, we see a lot of investment that needs to be done primarily, to bring up to that level where we can, compete against the world's Azure's or OCI, Oracle Cloud, infrastructures and all. So yes, but I think the industry is moving into the right direction. Again, what Khurram Abed has just said, we have to unlearn a lot, in terms of deploying applications in-house, having, with all the aspects that are connected to it. And we have to open up, going towards open infrastructures, going up towards open APIs, and going up towards cloud, and that is what is happening in the rest of the world as well. So sooner or later, we'll go into the same direction. But I think, we need to quickly move and unlearn things to cope up with the pace that the world is moving forward with.
Interesting, and now I'll just loop that initial conversation that Khurram Abed, you had about digital banks, collaborating with banks, do you see that happening? Is there friction, considering that, the banks has their own play, they're the big boys in town, how do you see yourself collaborating with these boys?
So, एक तो ये कि फ़रोख वाली चीज़ के अंदर जो क्लाउड के अंदर ना, one of the most important thing is regulatory support also.
Yep.
Without regulatory support, of course, we cannot do. Again, there's a huge difference between the way we used to think about disruption or technology innovation and the way fintechs have brought that thing, right? Honestly speaking, conventionally हमारा fraud क्या होता था कि जी वो merchants category code होते थे, उनके ऊपर हम limits लगा देते and all that. Now the technology is like आप mobile right hand में pick करते हैं या left hand में आप कितनी दूर रखते हैं. Technologies are able to guess whether this person is genuine or not. Is this specific, or is this relevant to the customer's general behaviors or not, right? Adopting those type of mindset, I can give multiple examples. मुझे याद है trade based money laundering के हवाले से एक स्टेट बैंक का circular था when we were trying to solve in my previous organization. We thought every day we will take some pricing of everything which we are importing, and then we'll make a snapshot view of the general pricing trend and all that. Whereas a vendor came who developed the RPS, those RPS are keep on checking every moment what is the price variation in oil and other commodities and all that. And whenever you try to open the LC for those things and all that, it can give you a real snapshot view of 1 year, 2 years, or whatever, right? So this type of innovation without fresh mindset is impossible. Something similar, digital banks की side पे जैसे I was earlier also speaking कि there was a lot of fear and anxiety we also had. It is not going to happen in a day, and there is a lot of collaboration between the banking partners, you call it big boys, and us and fintech will happen. And without this thing, we cannot complete the ecosystem. Of course, we don't have physical presence. Yeah. Maybe we set up few, phygital branches type of thing where physical and digital both exist. But again, for cash and other stuff, we will be relying on many of the local partners, be it banks and other. Regulatory support is also something, because our regulatory bodies have developed this banking ecosystem over the period of time, but this was with the mindset of physical branches, banking and all that. Now digital also needs similar support to develop a real ecosystem in the industry. But is this just going to be giving only from big boys? No, surely digital banks are coming up with some very attractive ideas, very different, unique thoughts and things. I usually say, when we are designing, at least from Mashriq point of view, I can confirm when we were designing the systems, we considered resilience as a given, AI built in our ecosystem or solution. Data capability is completely a mature data model is something which we are trying to build in our systems. So many new rules of the game, we are building it. And this is going to definitely help a lot to the industry. Is this going to happen overnight, 1 year, 2 years? No, it will take time. This partnership and constant investment in innovation for maybe 5 years or decade is going to change or completely revolutionize the ecosystem. And big boy support plus regulatory support will play a very important role.
Ji Kamran Saab.
I just want to add what Khurram just said. I believe keeping in view the potential of our market, this collaboration is inevitable. Like alone, either of the industry can tap down to this potential. So when we talk about fintechs, the first thing pops out in our mind is that agility, that effective time to market, whereby the banks, they are known for their operational efficiency, risk management. So, to cater the need and to build a strong use case, this collaboration has to happen. So that's the way we need to, actually strategize it rather, trying in a different silos. The success lies in terms of collaboration. This is how I actually envision this thing.
Thank you, Kamran Saab. And I just have one more question, and I like maybe Farhan to first take, because he talked about having an ID, with multiple accounts, one can perform irrespective of the bank or bank agnostic. Interestingly, every single bank is coming up with their own app also. Very right, that's the model it is. We have seen in Pakistan, 1 and 2 banks have experimented with WhatsApp banking by offering financial transactions. And the results have been extremely encouraging as to what I have been told, that, processing 1 billion transaction a month, etc., without doing a lot of marketing. Are we going to see death of mobile banking apps in the long term? Or you think, and taking over these social media platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, etc., or you think that, it's going to continue? And the reason that I'm asking you, because, you have probably the most number of users on your app compared to anyone else.
So in the short term, I don't see it happening. In fact, I see it growing. With all these new digital banks coming up, they will also be coming up with their own respective apps as well. And similarly, the existing incumbent banks will also try to leverage onto that medium of getting and acquiring new customers. In the long run, I see embedded finance taking over a lot of things going forward. We talked about open banking. We talked about open APIs. So if you just take the example of e-commerce, right? So e-commerce is now happening a lot on TikTok directly, right?
Yeah.
People are watching the videos and they are paying for the product then and there. Similarly, same is the case with all the other big e-commerce platforms. That's the needs are changing, the behaviors and consumption behaviors are changing, and you have to adapt to that. So in the long run, I see that you would not have to have a specific app to do a certain transaction. The transactions, so the main objective of any like payment digitization movement is that why do we need to do it rather than how we have to do it.
Yeah.
So that why part is really important, and if the objective is to digitize it, really doesn't matter how it's being done. because at the back end, technology drives this whole thing going forward. So yeah, I mean that's something that is an interesting thing which is developing, and with AI coming in, and in the morning we saw, and someone mentioned the example of Meta launching the goggles, and having those. Yaya was mentioning about that. So that is something which is going to be the future. I mean, that's where consumers are going to be, and that's how they would like to transact, and they would like to interact with the banking solution as well. So yeah, I mean, lines will be blurred between an out and out specific banking app to do a certain transaction, but in the short run, I believe it's still required, because you see there are certain benefits of these things, because the regulatory framework has to be ensured, the customer identity has to be ensured, the sanctity of those financial transactions have to be secured. So for that, the bank is required, and that is their speciality, to make sure that those transactions are secure and are happening in a secure environment. But as we progress and as we overcome these challenges beyond the specific platform, I believe things will be very different as we are talking right now.
Yeah, Farooq, you
Yeah,
can
so
go ahead, and then
just
I'll
wanted
reach
to
out
add
to
what
Abid.
Farhan has just said. So I think primarily, number one is that we all agree that WhatsApp banking will be used by the tech savvy altogether, number one. And number two is that a proper knowledge transfer and a trust needs to be built on the customer side. Once it is done, then I think in a longer run, we will move towards super app concepts, applications, integrated applications, which do not only provide financial services, but will have integration with social media platforms and provide other services as well, which is the concept of a super app coming up. And then after the super app, there will be, what I see, that there will be an acquisition of the apps coming up with a single app coming up with all the feature set, and then with a single login ID and user password, you can access the bank accounts of whatever the accounts you have been holding of with whatever bank, and then you can do the same kind of similar transactions to happen the same way. And I think this is an organic growth that has been happening, and we have seen the similar kind of things happening in Africa altogether, with coming up with the super app applications on the national level, even, and on the shared switch level, where they provide a single super application and a single user ID and password with the selection of a bank name will actually give you an access to your accounts and do all that fund transfer from there. So I think eventually we'll go into that direction. But it will, coming up with the social media platforms like this will only facilitate mobile banking and internet banking altogether. But eventually, these mobile application internet banking is not going to die anyway sooner.
Okay. One last question from Abid. Abid, while the journey is obviously mobile centric for digital banks and for fintechs, have you considered using these platforms like WhatsApp as a starting point, or you think it's too early for a digital bank to get into that journey?
Look, WhatsApp has its own usability and it has its own features, but I think WhatsApp will always be a complementary sort of a channel rather than a supplementary channel for app, because there are a lot of things that you can do on the app but you can't do on WhatsApp, specifically for onboarding sort of thing, the identity verification system. So those integration, I don't know how much open WhatsApp would be for Pakistan or how much open the regulator would be to compromise on that. I think for smaller ticket size transactions, for low KYC required transactions, balance inquiry, airtime top-ups, bill payments, I think for me, and I might be wrong, but for me, I think that would be more relevant for WhatsApp users, and especially the chatbot for servicing, where the large language systems can be used for the customer. And maybe for PFM, maybe WhatsApp would be a very good complementary service. But for hardcore KYC verifications and other thing, I think app or other channels would be there.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your for sharing your thoughts. So in the end, I think the way technology is evolving, the way technology is changing, it's very, very difficult to predict how next year will be, And it would be a good checkpoint for us to reflect as to what the conversations were around in this summit, and probably reflect upon and see, how much we have progressed from there as to what all the discussion points were. Thank you so very much, each one of you, for sparing time. Thank you so much, each one of you also, for bearing it. Thank you, Imran. Over to you.
Now we have a signing ceremony between Pakistan Mercantile and Messrs Infotech. And I invite both of the people from Messrs Infotech and Pakistan Mercantile to come up here on the stage and join us, please. The event commemorates the implementation of the Infinium Commodities Trading System, which has been created, with the IPO which is with Messrs Infotech. Thank you very much. And now to conclude, we have a sumptuous lunch organized for everybody. Let's move to the lunch, and now this is the end of the ceremony. Thank you very much.